mustard from last time, so, if anybody needs some honey mustard, I've got a stash.
Secret stash.
Nice.
This is important.
You never know when you need honey mustard.
It's true. I have...
My secret stash is sweet and sour sauce. But
I would say I have a secret stash, but I have some in my fridge. I don't really think that counts.
It only counts if you forget about them.
Absolutely.
For me, it's the same kind of thing. I throw it in my bag for work, and then I just like look in my bag, like, oh, there's some things in my bag.
Oh, with that, thank you guys, and welcome to episode 13.
Which one do you like better? Mustard sauce or sweet and sour?
You can comment in the chat. Do you like sweet and sour or honey mustard? Oh, I'm going to have to say I personally like sweet and sour sauce more, which is why I don't have sweet and sour sauce on hand, because whenever I get it, I eat it.
I guess that checks out. I mean, ranch is also an option, right?
Ranch is good, but...
Either or.
See, I don't want ranch with my chicken nuggets. I want it with my wings, though.
Yeah.
That checks out.
I made salads for living.
Anyways, I was just saying, thank you guys for joining us. Episode 13 of D&D on a Whim. For those of you guys who joined us last week, that came out really weird. For those of you guys, all came out as one word. The party has traveled to the Forever Seen Hills and is venturing in after one day's travel into the island. The party rested. While sleeping, they heard strange noises, occasional movement off in the distance, and little bits of moans, whispers, sounds of creatures, but never really saw anything. The first day's travel, there was no insects, there's no birds, there's no animals, just plants. But as they rested, they heard movement about. And even at one point, Quiz, who unfortunately will not be with us today due to a vacation that was scheduled before he was, before he joined in with us. But Quiz even at one point saw what he thought was a humanoid creature, but when he looked at it, it seemed to just dissolve into dust and disappear. You guys rested throughout the evening, and when you woke up, you found a strange darkness that had overcome you, as everybody woke up blind. And that's where we're going to pick up, but first, we're going to have a moment before Ela joins us. I know what Ela's going to do for the start of the day, so that's fine. And I have Quiz's plans all drawn out. I got to sit down and speak with him in depth. But first thing we're going to talk about is seeing how we didn't get to go too much in the depth, as I was trying to get us to the cliffhanger of being in the dark last week, and without it being scripted, I was just like rushing to the end. I didn't expect all the random encounters that we had to work out the way they did, but we have entered into the month of Evandra. Evandra is the goddess of... not the full goddess of spring, but she's kind of the introduction to spring. It's the beginning of spring. She's the goddess of travel. She's the goddess of change. She's the goddess of luck. The month of Evandra is a very fun month for people who are trying to get out and start traveling. People who they feel that they've been cooped up. You've had hard winters, and even as the winter started to fall, through the month of Ione and through the month of Raven Queen, and even Bahamut, depending on how early winter comes, people find themselves unable to really get out and do stuff. But Evandra brings change and the spark of the change of seasons. During the month of Evandra, there are several holidays that people know about. The first one is referred to as Luck's Blessing. The first of Evandra is known as Luck's Blessing, in which people feel the luck of the goddess upon them. As I told you guys in, I don't know if you know this, or if you caught this, but we represent that as a D20. Basically, you have a D20, which you can re-roll. It's kind of like inspiration, but it's separate of it. Basically, it's like one luck point. But you have that on you. Some people say that, when they call upon their luck from Evandra, they do tend to gain additional luck throughout the month. So you're not sure exactly how that works, but you know that luck's blessing is upon you. So definitely consider that D20 as an option if things get crazy and you need that. Moving on, the next holiday is a festival. The 9th through the 15th of Evandra is a 7-day festival known as the Flames of Hope, in which large bonfires and some people light torches and things like that, or set campfires, which they attempt to keep burning for 7 days to symbolize the hope that Evandra brings in people, the hope for change for the better, the hope for things to work out. Part of being a goddess of luck is understanding that luck you want to be in your favor. Evandra, of course, also so luck. She's also seen as the goddess of freedom, change, travel, things like that. But so the Flames of Hope is a festival that we have. The next holiday is on the 22nd day of Evandra, which is known as the Day of the Free. It's a day that Evandra is said to break the shackles and bless all of those in the lands with freedom. People don't necessarily know why, but it's said that prisoners find escape. People have an easier day traveling. If people are setting out for trips that are going to be difficult, stuff like that, a lot of times they'll set to where on the day of freedom, or sorry, the day of the free, difficult climbs, stuff like that will be set for those days as people find themselves just able to more freely move about the lands. The 31st is the Great Compromise. The 31st day of Evandra is a holiday that celebrates the ideal of compromise for the better and for the good of all. The idea of understanding that you may need to come to agreements and that you need to accept the fact that you have to change yourself as well to change the world. During this time, there's also little bits of festivals and celebrations to the idea of change within the world, change of the seasons, change of the day and night. This day is based off of the ideal of the divine compromise, which was after the major deities strike down the primordials. They started to war amongst themselves. The goddess of winter wanted winter all the time. The goddess of summer wanted summer all the time. The goddess of day wanted day all the time. The goddess of night wanted night all the time. And they had to come to a compromise and set out the changing seasons and the changing of day and night. This was heralded by Evandra, who came up with basically the Pantheon. And she came up with the idea of the High Council and each god having their time to sit above the realms and influence the world. And this is a day that people rejoice in that idea of compromise for the better. And then lastly, we have the 37th, which is known as the Day of Changes. It's a celebration of creatures that have the ability to change and the mimicry of those beings. People don costumes and dress as, doppelgangers and changelings and stories, creatures of these things. People dress up as mimics and try to play tricks on people and just dress up in all the weirdest combinations and weirdest outfits that they can come up with to try and kind of have that feeling of being one of those creatures that is so innately known to be able to master change. And that is the month of Evandra, which is ahead of you. You guys arrived on the first day of Evandra. You traveled through the dune reef, which took about a half days, and traveled across the ring of water that cuts the Forever Seen Hills. Arriving at the shore just after nightfall, set up camp on shore, and slept just fine. You moved through for a day, and after sleeping on the second day of Evandra, you wake up on the third day, and this is where you guys are blinded.
Damn it.
So, with that, you guys awaken. A blindness has overtaken you. Nobody has any questions about Evandra or anything? Right, we're all good on that. Cool. You wake up, and the blindness has overtaken you. Ela calls out for you. Amanita, can you hold this for me? And you feel a box handed into you. It's a little music box she gives to you. I'm going to attempt to find respite from what this is that is affecting me. And if I can find a way to help us all, if you need me, just call for me. You hear kind of the sound of like sand kind of scatter. As for the moment, Ela is attempting to go into her music box to see if a short rest inside there will help her with her blindness.
She's still blinded in the music box?
That was the other thing she wanted to check. See if she could go in the music box and see if she's still blinded. She is. So even in an extra dimensional space, she is still blinded. I was like, charging dice for reasons. But also for reasons.
Right.
As we move on into the day, it is now the third day, and darkness has overtaken you. Won't be him. I was like, that might be, but no, it won't be. His dice are really cool too. I think you can watch this. So watch, like he's got the yellow dice.
And now they're super orange.
We're a bunch of 5-year-olds. It's great.
Yeah.
It's like fucking clothes.
You guys hear quiz. Well, I guess we've got to try and figure out how to get through this. It's just another challenge. The more challenges we can get through, the better. And this should help us to be stronger, you know. If it wasn't a challenge, you know, what would be the point of it? That being said, I'd rather not have you assholes getting lost on me. So, if I can get some voices and a call, I'm going to try to keep us from getting lost from each other. And you hear the sound of rope getting pulled from a backpack.
It's certainly going to be a fucking
time.
challenge. Just kind of stumbling around, kicking some shit.
You're going to start off with him tying you guys together.
All right.
And I have
Just beat my
markers somewhere.
drum to make some noise so I know where I'm at.
I'm going to attempt to
Word wizard.
cast
Nice.
dancing lights. I assume I know what happens, but
Does dancing lights require you to see the location? I don't think so necessarily, but does it say...
within range.
Okay, yeah. So you cast dancing lights. You see no lights.
That's kind of what I assumed.
A lot of you guys also have dark vision, which you're noticing is not active. So this is a strange feeling. There's a good chance you guys have never encountered this before. Because even in the darkest of dark, you guys can still see in your grays and, hues of black and white. But now there is nothing. It is just this blackness that overtakes you. As you adapt to it, though, you find that the wind seems to catch differently. The day is much different. You feel the warmth of the sun upon you, telling you that it's still daytime. I do need... First thing we're going to do is I'm going to have both of you guys roll me a d20.
6.
11.
11. Good. So it is not really windy. There's a light wind, but it's not enough to really be a thing.
Good, because wind sucks.
And it feels, from the warmth that just seems to cover your body and any exposed skin, even to your shirts, seems like it's a very bright, sunny day. About. With that in mind, quiz ties you guys all together relatively well. How far apart would you guys like to be tied to each other?
5 feet sounds good to me.
Like a full 5-foot section in between you, or like kind of like just right by to each other, kind of.
I like 5 feet in between just because it gives us a little bit of room to do unique things, but still being close to each other.
Absolutely.
It definitely sounds good.
Yeah. I mean,
So I feel like
my
there's going to be some flailing around.
yeah.
Well, can
My throwback with it is that
I be?
like if
can
we
I
have
be in
that
front? Can
5
I
feet
tell Quiz
between
to put me in
us,
front?
like something can cut
Absolutely.
the rope and then
How would we know?
Separated,
That's
yeah.
true. Well, we'd have to keep tension on the ropes.
yeah. But I don't know, once you lose that,
When
Yeah.
you lose tension, you'll be like, oh, there's no tension, so now I know there's not the person there, and you can be like, hey, are you still there? So
But
communication
we're
amongst
gonna be
each other is
worried
going to be
about-
important.
I'm gonna be more worried what cut the tension than I am gonna be. I'm just saying.
Fucking friends. I am not about this.
You get that?
Bro, I've lived blind my whole life. Okay, this is no game.
It's like I've been trading for this shit.
I know some of you have stabby,
That's-
swingy sword things, and I don't want to get too close to that.
Yeah, and I want to minimize the
I was like, I just bardic
potential at
inspiration
any
for
kind
you
of
guys,
collateral
so-
damage like that as well.
But I guess if you really want, I can get a set with a better rope setup that would be harder to cut. Does anybody else have some rope on them?
I got some rope.
So with two 50-foot lengths, I can tie that together. And what I can do is I can give everybody about 5 foot of rope around them, and then a 5-foot length to the next person. And we can do 2 lengths. So you've got a length to your right and to your left. You kind of feel the rope, if that makes sense. One under each arm, kind of going to the next person. You can keep them taut, hold on to it, feel the back, if that makes sense.
Like those dancers.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, I'm glad you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Like
Of course, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where the guy
I get it.
does the
Yeah.
multiples,
Yeah.
makes them dance with them. Yeah.
YMCA thing. Yeah.
Stan Smith used that to rob the bank
Yeah.
with the surfer buddies.
Very good. But yeah, that
Um,
worked.
So I'm still going to give him his DC for having tied the ropes together. So he ties them pretty well. And you guys feel a nice snug bit of rope tied around you. He kind of ties from one person, goes, wraps up, goes all the way down, and then comes back and ties other things and ties himself off to the back. Gorak, you expressed trying to be towards the front.
Yes, it did.
Who wants to be next?
I got Gorak's back.
I'll go after that.
Yeah, I
He's
feel like
my
I'm less
homie.
likely. Yeah, I feel like I'm less likely to hit anybody if I'm in the front. Everyone.
Now let's pat him on the back. Get him.
Perfect. So you guys get tied together pretty well,
Ethan's gonna mess this
with
all up.
a bit of
United with everybody. She's
a
gonna
bit of
get
length
lost.
at the end. And he'll say, when Ela comes back, I can tie her off to the end. She doesn't really get a choice. I'm not doing the whole
She's safe in
bloody
my
rope
pocket.
all over again.
Your pocket, what?
Like Dewdrop's created like a little web enclosure thing to keep it nice and safe. It'll be fine.
Absolutely. You hear the sound of the forest, feel the warmth of the sun, the tug of ropes upon you. What do you guys want to do?
Is there any? Do we have any kind of sense of the lay of the land, so as to we're going in the right direction? Like, is this generally at the top of a big hill, or is this all just kind of?
You're kind of near the dip of a valley. You walked over top of a hill. You didn't get to the very, very bottom of the valley, as there's kind of a tropical forest climate. There's still pretty easy ground. It's not overwhelming with foliage, but there's bits of foliage more by the trees, but there's lots of trails of sand and the ability to go through. It looks like the feel of this is, think if you took the sand dunes,
Okay.
a desert, and you just started planting tropical trees in it, and the trees sprouted out with little bushes around the bases of them. So you still have stretches where it's 5-10 foot walkways of paths that eventually could run into trees or something like that. But Gorak, you are at the front of this train.
So I look
Net,
at it
you're
this
behind.
way. As long as we don't touch water, we're still kind of going the right way. Because the minute we touch water, because it's surrounded by water. So the minute we touch water, we are at the edge of the island. We're not where we need to be.
I mean, that means we can just be going around in circles,
Yeah.
just 3 feet away from the
Yeah.
water's edge.
But I'm saying, as long as we aren't touching the water, though, we're at least making some type of progress. I mean,
That is my only thought, is to just get some kind of sense of making sure that we're traveling in a singular direction, to whereas we're not getting all mixed up and
Yeah.
turned about.
I'm going to ask Dewdrop if they are also blind.
You get this kind of skittering from Dewdrop looking around that seems erratic. Like you can even feel like his movement about you. It's lots of placing a foot and feeling for where he's going before he goes. His normal confident skitter here and there is slowed, and this is this where I want to be going? You have a good sense that Dewdrop is also blinded. He moves about you a little bit. You feel the weight of him kind of disappear for just a moment as he goes by the ropes. Then, a moment later, you feel just this light tug, as on the bottom of your earlobe, he's fastened one string. He moved about and he realized you guys are tying each other together, and he doesn't want to get lost from you. So he has one little string of web just onto your earlobe, just making sure that you know he's still there. Though, you feel his weight moving around, but he just wants to be... He sees what you guys are doing and is like, that's a great idea. That's how the webs are done.
How long is my immovable rod?
Your movable rod is 1 foot in length.
It's 1 foot in length. When I extend it, how long is it?
No, it doesn't extend.
my.
It's just...
right?
It's a 1 foot rod. So you're looking at...
I'm just full of one-liners. Goodness gracious.
So the
Go
1
back there
foot,
and
if I
shit.
extend the 1 foot rod,
It doesn't extend. It's just a set 1 foot rod, and then it's got like an activation switch on it. When you kind of click it, it just becomes immovable.
Okay. That squashes that idea. All right, we'll talk something else.
Due to the way that the sand was, you guys kind of saw your tracks to an extent moving in enough when you moved in and set up camp. But at this point, you have a base idea of where the camp was and how you were set up. You know where the tents are. Give me...
Are we still in camp?
You're still in camp, yes. Give me a group intelligence check. So everybody give me an intelligence check. Ela is away for now, but Quiz is here. So I'll take a quiz.
That could have been even worse, but that's not. Still
Oh
not.
boy. We're looking at 3? That's a 1.
Okay.
That's a 1?
I thought I did bad.
3,
I bounced off the 1 to a 7, so that gives me a 6.
One of us did.
6.
Yeah, I got 5.
So
You got a 5?
Yep.
Bunch of idiots. that's my only negative. Is
A blank.
You...
I'm very prismatic.
Yes, you should.
Quiz did well, so we'll get that at least.
Thank goodness.
The Irish guy knows.
But
what he's
that's
doing.
a good start. So, you guys are packing up. What's he got? He has a plus. Yeah, so he did pretty well. You guys start packing up and pulling up tents, making sure you have the tent stakes very diligently, like focusing on like, okay, I'm gonna, like, let's collapse the tent into itself and get it going so we don't lose any bits of this. And you're going through and start pulling through, and Quiz is like, hey, hold on a second. Before you break down all this tents, where was that tent and where was that tent? Because when we walked in from the north, and then we set in 2 tents, one kind of to the north and one to the east. So if we know where those tents were, we know where north and east are. Did you already move all the tents? And you guys have kind of already moved them to an extent. So but you have kind of a rough bearing. Well, one was kind of here and one was kind of there. Unfortunately, with 3 out of 4 failures for just the DC-10, you didn't think, oh, we should figure out before we break down camp
Of course.
which way was north and which way was which
Did
direction.
anybody take into account where we put the boat down?
Where we put the boat?
Where we put the
Well, the boat was left on the shore. You guys kind of you weren't going to carry that all the way through the forest. That was another day.
Try it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was, you went across the sea, you went in, you set down the boat. There's no movements, there's no signs of life or anything. You guys kind of pulled the boat in, threw some brush on it, a little bit of sand. We're like, it's probably good for now.
Camped for another day.
And then you
It was a
traveled,
whole nother
or you
day.
camped,
That's
and then you traveled for a whole
right.
day.
Whole another day in there. Shit.
I mean, I've got a quarterstaff, so I can kind of use that as like a blind stick. But I think it would be wise for all of us to have some kind of long item to figure out where we're going so we don't fall into holes or puddles or rivers. Or
Absolutely.
It's probably not a bad idea. And you kind of hear as this like slapping noise comes. It sounds like a very thin stick kind of slapping in front of him as Quiz will take out his rapier and kind of poke around in front of him. I think that's about the closest thing he has to a walking stick.
I don't have shit for a walking stick, so
I got-
I'm
I got-
following you guys.
You're there, though.
I got a couple of javelins. I can let you use a javelin.
Oh, that'd be much appreciated. I will try not to stab you with the javelin. my
Or
friend.
something. They're long.
Yeah, his rapier is going to be
I think I'll just
the
follow
best
you,
thing
Cora.
he has. He's like, honestly though, I'm on the ass end of this, so I mean, if you walk into a river before I walk into a river, then 3 of you are going to be in there, and I'm going to be tied to you.
going in.
We should go like you're at the front. Let's make sure you're not walking into any rivers because, well, if you go into a river, you're kind of dense compared to the rest of us, and if the river pulls you, we're just coming along for the ride.
Just gonna take
Honesty.
everyone down with me. I knew it was coming. It was real.
You know, Quiz is a good friend right there.
Got a sack full of stuff. No, I feel you.
Also,
So
you have to be the heaviest person here. You've got 2 elves, kind of. I mean, you are both kind of big, but not that big. You're larger, but not like stout, and then Quiz is a tiny little halfling.
So I'm out front with the javelin, but still kind of lacking a motorly direction. Which way is the wind blowing in any particular direction?
The wind is blowing in one particular direction.
Okay. So is the wind blowing? It's about to say. Did anybody know whether it was blowing in or out at any kind of day?
It shifts to an extent, depending on it. Give me a nature check.
Oh boy. Just
You can give me a group nature check.
Okay. Somebody got better intelligence than me because my nature check's a solid.
Well, everybody
one.
roll, and it'll be based off of what's going. We're just looking for a DC 10 to see if we really paid attention to the wind yesterday.
Okay.
I got 13.
I got
This was
19.
nature?
Nature.
6?
So you're like, I don't remember there being wind at all, but the rest of you guys are like, well, there was points in which the wind definitely picked up a little bit yesterday, and it seemed to be coming from the shore.
That's what I was gonna say.
But right now, there's not really a wind at all. Like, it is, you can feel just light gusts here or there, but it's not carrying any specific direction, specifically at this point. That first set of D20 rolls was to see if it was heavy, if there was a lot of wind, if there was a lot of rain, because those things can affect the travel and your ability to hear and move through in this wilderness environment. Luckily, there is no wind and rain, so you're going to be able to hear stuff. You're not going to be impeded by any of that. But at the same point, it's not enough to really gauge which direction could be which. You kind of feel like you're like, well, maybe the wind's coming. At this point, it's from our side, so if that was to our back, we'd be going from the shore, and you wait for a moment, but it just seems to shift just enough, and you're like, there's not enough of a heavy wind that it's that constant flow.
Well, with outside of knowing where the tents were, the only thing I can really think of is kind of just going as the wind blows. But right now, we're kind of lacking in that department, so...
Well, you're in front, Golrak, so wherever you go, buddy, we go.
So, you have decisions to make at this point. What we are looking to do is a group survival check. Now, you don't have to use your actual survival. If you want to use survival, you can. But if you have a different skill, or if you have a spell, or you have something that is there upon your character sheet, or in your character's ideas, anything that you have that you can come up with to modify or replace that survival check is an option for you. Now, with Quiz is going to focus on keeping everybody together and tight to not lose the group. So his part of this is he is doing a sleight of hand to maintain the rope, to make sure that it stays taut, and that all you guys stay together. So that is his contribution to this group survival check, is making sure no one gets lost with a sleight of hand. So that kind of gives you an idea. That's what he wanted to do for that. So you can come up with something along that line. Now, if you're like, oh, well, I'm trained in Arcana and I have a +8 to Arcana or something like that, and you're like, oh, I'm going to do this so that we can find our way. You may have a better chance, but that may not make sense. If it's not as logical, I'll still let you do it, but it may affect the DC that you're looking for. If the skill doesn't pertain as well to survival, it may be harder to make that skill apply to the survival. So the way you justify it and the way you come up with using a skill works however you want to do it. So what we're looking to do is build a group skill check for the first day to try to see how we move. Now, the other things with this too is we are blinded. You can move at a normal pace, you can move at a slow pace, or you can move at a fast pace, depending on what you want to do. You're normally moving at kind of a fast pace. Your first day was a fast-paced travel, so you moved pretty well. Just kind of depends on what you want to do. you're going to cover more ground. So if you're going the right direction, you're going to cover more ground moving fast. But it may be a little bit more difficult to figure out where you're going. If you're moving slow, you're going to cover much less ground, but it's going to probably be easier to hold your bearings so long as you get your bearings and aren't moving in the wrong direction.
I feel like normal seems like the best pace of anything, and the best pace that can be expected of a group of blind fools.
Yeah.
Even if we're trying to go fast, like I think normal is the best we're going to come up with.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And with the motivation of definitely being as much as we can. And like I think you guys, there's got to be something that going on with that shrine that has something to do with us not being able to see. So I feel like getting there will definitely be on the right path to figuring this out, unless we have a better idea in the meantime.
Absolutely.
But I know very little of these crazy, wicked, magical darkness nonsenses. Grumble, 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 grumble. But if Quiz is keeping us all together, I think I'm going to do my best to kind of just drag us along as much as possible. So I will use athletics to just kind of keep that pace up with everybody. As long as everybody's still connected, I can keep that going from the front end and just kind of grab everybody and pull everybody along behind me. Especially now that it doesn't matter too much, but my walking speed is now, I went up the last level, so now I'm at 35.
Cool.
You can actually hustle a little bit.
For sure. Probably move most of the party moves about 30. So you probably move there, maybe not force them into a forced march, because that'd be like a quick pace.
Just enough for that little tug.
Right. But you're going to keep a forced march, really focusing, helping with getting up the hills, because, it's down a hill, then up a hill, then down a hill. It's just rolling hills throughout this entire area. So you're going to work on pushing your athletics to get through. That's good.
I'm going to be hyper focused on everything going on, just trying to hear anything, feel what I can feel with my feet, try to touch trees, rocks, whatever I can with my free hand, just see what I can try to perceive, like any mosses, any kind of direction whatsoever.
Absolutely. Give me a nature check real quick, aside from this.
That is going to be a 7. I'm not rolling well tonight.
Okay. Close. So your DCs didn't change at all, but you almost got a little bit of a bonus to it, but not quite, because you had an idea. But we'll see. Going through that. Net, what are you going to do for this?
Net's gonna keep just communicating with everybody, just make sure everybody's okay, talking with them, because he's still on the paranoid fact of, even if we don't have that snug point of the rope, that we might lose somebody. So he keeps just making sure everybody's around, like, hey, what's going on? How are you doing? Like, let's keep going, guys. Like, just being
right. Trying to just keep everybody going. What skill are you associating this with? Persuasion. Absolutely. That's what I thought. Okay. Anything else you're going to do at this point? Anything else anybody wants to do during this time? Or during your march to try to assist this? Or do you just want to start off everything? We're pretty sure everything's packed up. We haven't left anything behind. You don't have the talk rocks. You got all the defense.
Son of a bitch.
It was a 3 days travel and there was nothing around here.
Should have brought the fucking talk rocks, you guys. I don't think so. Just we need to make sure that we got everything.
Well, with that in mind,
We got our stuff in
I will be manning the ropes for Quiz in his absence. If everybody wants to give me your athletics, perception, persuasion, sleight of hand. Gorak?
24.
Nice.
11.
I will happily take this 24.
Absolutely. You guys are moving about. Quiz got a 28.
Thanks, Quiz. Good job, dude.
Yeah, I rolled 18. He has plus 10 to that. He's really good. You could say he's an expert at that.
Little sneaky.
Quiz keeps the ropes taut, and you guys are set with that.
Sled dogging everyone.
Golrag, you keep everybody pushing along in the direction that you guys, for the most part, figured out to be the correct direction that you need to go. And Amanita, you are hearing everything, despite the fact that it's actually, you find it to be a little bit harder to kind of keep what's going on, because there's kind of this, there is that constant communication from net, which makes it a little bit harder to really focus on everything around. But you lock in past him, he becomes background music. He's still there, you've got it, but you focus in past that. You can hear things going, you're feeling around the trees, you're noticing like, okay, you come up to a tree and you can kind of feel, and you're like, it feels like the growth's a little bit heavier here. So this, in theory, should be north. And you're like, so we're on the right track. And you get that feel that you're pushing the correct direction.
Give him some comfort. I'm going to be just gently humming the whole time so that he knows that I'm still there, just focusing.
I'll just keep on talking.
And that you keep on talking, you kind of find that you're kind of along for the ride. You're not really sure exactly which way it's going, but you're like, it's good, guys, we got it. We're still pushing along. We're making distance. Oh, yeah, we're going downhill. That's got to be the right direction. If we're going down up and now we're at a hill, like we didn't turn around, so we're going uphill, so we got to be, down and up. That's how it goes all the way to this place. So you feel relatively confident. You guys move and continue moving for a day. You guys have succeeded, which means that you do get to travel. Now, you do find that it's a little bit difficult. You can't really push yourself into a heavy march. And with having to kind of stop for a second, hold up, and really listen to what's going on. And also, some of the people are not quite able to keep up as fast with the movement. You guys feel that you probably don't cover as much ground as you would want to. You got a success, but you didn't get a total success. But you also didn't get lost, which is what we're really looking for. You guys get a full day's travel in the correct direction.
Hell yeah.
What's going to be fun is at the end of this, you guys will get to see this map that I have, which will kind of show where you went, and
all the potential cookery.
which hopefully will be fun.
All the times where we could have died.
You guys could just rock this the entire time and then go through. Granted, there are certain things that may affect us, but for the moment being, you guys travel on until finally you start noticing it's colder out. The warmth of the sun seems to be fading. You're also getting tired. You're hungry. I'm guessing for the most part people have rations. You can nibble at as you travel, but really you're at that point. You're like, okay, starting to get hungry. If need be, also Ela can create food and water. She will return after about 4 hours downtime. Still blinded. Should be here any time now, in theory. Well, still got a few minutes on her. real life stuff, getting stuck at work, people calling in sick, and then you're like, cool, my replacement isn't here, and I'm here by myself doing all the work to close this place down. So, Alex will join us shortly, keeping up, probably watching the feed.
Real life stuff. You're absolutely right.
But you guys get set up, and or you get to the point where you're like, okay, it's probably night. You guys can push on. If you do try to push on, you can start getting to the point where you may start dealing with levels of exhaustion, things like that. Or you guys can set up camp. What would you like to do?
I say we try to set up camp.
I definitely think we should set up some camp.
Take
Tired.
some teamwork.
Tired from
That was good meat.
dragging all you yahoos around all day.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
That's it. I'm going dead weight.
Give me a survival check to see how well we can set up this camp with the tents. We got two-person tents. Do you want to set them up like next to each other? Do you have a specific direction? Do you want
The
to?
only thing I can think of is to try and set them up
Okay.
in such a way we could all stay tied together still.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
doable.
It's not great, man. It's not great.
There's options. You guys can move things around. Quiz can kind of reallocate the rope to where it's like everybody's kind of tied together with just one loose binding of the rope, and then there's like kind of a loose rope that the person who's on watch can kind of loosely wrap around themselves, and they can pull the rope, and it should pull everybody.
Whatever we got to do to not get separated.
Okay. What'd you get on your survival?
3?
24.
14.
And 7. And message from Alex. Yeah, he'll eventually be here. And then, which means, actually, for now, I was hoping that Ela would still be in the music box by the time he got back, but he's not. So let me just pull up an Ela real quick. And we will make do. Are you not going to give me... You're not going to give it to me. Fine. I'll pull up an Ela and see what... anyways, he got a 7 on the setting up camp. And... Ela... 12 for setting up camp. I need Ela, my encounters, my campaigns. Perfect. So again, you said 3, 20 high.
21, yeah.
21.
14.
14. So, for the most part, you managed to set up camp in such a way that you're like, okay, we can keep the ropes tied together, and we will know we just walked in. We'll kind of establish where we are, and we will continue walking in this direction because we think we walked in that direction. So, yeah, you guys set up a couple of 2-person tents side by side so that the ropes can be bound to each other. And how do we want to do watch?
I'll go first.
Okay. Gorak, you are taking first watch. It was Quiz and Net, I'm guessing, are going to do their...
Yeah. I'll take second watch.
Okay. You have 2 tents. There are... Oh, where's Ela? Ela's here as well. Ela's going to trance, so she can kind of sit just outside of the tents and go through. So you have 2-person tents. How do you guys want to set up in the tents? Tent 1 and tent 2.
I mean, I also trance, so it's not.
I mean, if you want, you don't even have to go into a tent.
Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like,
So, are you? The tent will kind of. I mean, it's nice. It'll keep you in. It's early spring, so it gets kind of cold at night, but not terribly enough. But yeah, I mean, you guys can either take advantage of the tents and set up, or not. Those of you who sleep will probably sleep better in the tents with the bed rolls out.
I'm cool with the tent.
Then yeah, absolutely.
So, you go inside of the tents. You're just gonna stay out in trance.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then Ela will kind of stay out in trance at the front of tents, and then Golrak, you're going to take the first watch. So the two of you guys rolled for my weather conditions. Do me a favor and roll me a d20 and a d4.
Four and a 3.
4 and a 3.
4 on the D20.
That's what I was gonna say.
3
It's
on
like,
the-
doesn't matter which one.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. 4 on the D20, 3 on the.
Perfect. As the first watch continues along, you do hear the sounds of cracking trees way off in the distance, the same whispered sounds, this occasional howl that seems like off in the distance, not just like a heavy howl, but like the wind, just this just off to the sound. Give me a perception check. 16. At one point, you manage to make out the sound of this whisper that comes around. It almost sounds like something in the wind saying to you, "Those who die here, protect here." Just every once in a while you hear, "Those who die here, protect here," whispered on the winds. But your watch eerily goes by. Who's taking second watch?
Blind watch. I was listening really good, you guys.
Take a second watch.
It was
And that allows the two of you guys to finish your trance. While he watches, Golrak can sleep, Quiz can sleep, and that'll give you the ability for both of you to be awake during the watch. Net, you see nothing because you're blinded. When you come out, you can tell that you've got Ela and you've got two 10-foot tents set up side by side. The doors both pointing out in the same direction, which in theory should be to the south east, which is directly the way you want to go. You basically were like, all right, we're going this way, so set down something on the stone or in the sand, and we're like, cool, this is the way we're going. So evenly set the two tents up to it. You get going. Quiz, make sure that you guys kind of have it in line as well as trying to help. But you guys really nail it down. Golrak kind of watches. It's like, no, when the stuff's going, he's like, hold on, you bumped the stick. It should be right here. Okay, we're good. Make sure you're set. So you know which way you're going. To either side of the tent's openings, you have an elf that's trancing, kind of leaning against the tent, rope pulled, taut, going to the throughout the group. What would you like to do during your watch?
That's a tough question. I guess I would just listen as closely as I can. I mean, there's really, everybody's trying to sleep, so I'm trying to be quiet.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important. So just quiet, listening, letting people sleep. Your watch passes relatively uneventful. You hear stuff, but not quite anything devastating. And then you return to sleep. Do you want to sleep in the tent that Quiz is in, or do you want to sleep in the tent that Golrak's in?
Golrak.
Okay. At this point, about 4 hours have passed. You guys are still resting, but your trance is over. So you can communicate if you want, or you can just kind of listen and hear what's going on as people sleep. But you're aware that Ela is awake and off at the other end of the two tents. So there's about 10 foot of distance in between you guys, with a rope that kind of connects. With the way that everybody's sleeping right now, the rope goes from Amanita to Quiz, over to Golrak, over to Net, and then to Ela at the end. The rope isn't very, very heavily tied to you guys. So Quiz untied it and just loosely tied it because you're not going to sleep well with like a really well tied rope, especially with certain people kind of tossing and turning a little bit. But you guys start into third watch. Give me a perception check.
10. 11, sorry. Math is hard.
Math times. Over here. Secret math practice.
Exactly. Shh. Telling people. Shh. Secret math.
I said nothing.
You hear a lot of the same things that he was hearing, with the moans off in the distance and these whispers of those who die here, protect here. And you hear some snaps of trees, and you notice it sounds like there's movement. It's getting closer. Suddenly you realize there's movement coming from almost every direction in this darkness.
I'll tug on either sides of my ropes to alert at least the companions on either side of me so that they wake up. And then I'll ask Ela if she hears what I just heard.
She does. She responds, it seems that there's movement from every which way. We're in the middle of something.
Yeah, I'll just do my best to wake up our fellow companions.
So you guys start to wake up everybody. You guys are kind of jostled awake here with the ropes being pulled. You guys kind of come to, and as you do, you hear and the sound outside of the tents of these bodies moving. You hear movement coming from around you in all different directions. 10, 15, 20 sets of footsteps, just sticks breaking all around, and you hear these stomps kind of coming in as you're just hearing just movement of creatures coming at you. And that's going to be initiative. You did roll off. Yep. We're going to run this encounter. Let's see. So I have to roll for Ela. She has a bonus. This is Ela. Oh, good. And this is Kim. So Ela is on a 21 because she's ready to go. Golrak.
Big bad 4.
4. Just woke up, kind of groggy. You're like, oh, I just want to sleep. Come on. Net.
17.
17. Not quite asleep yet.
I'm
so
in the
paranoid.
front of the damn line. I'm gonna go last.
Amanita?
9.
9.
That checks out.
Yep. So right now I'm in front. I'm the hard sleeper. You said I'm
stand
not.
up.
Like you guys said, I'm dense. Physically, I'm dense mentally, and I guess I sleep like a rock too.
It's okay. We need those types of people too.
Just
You have a very good defense, man.
I'm soft on the inside, you guys. I'm sensitive.
Come on, I see
Are
what's
you really?
happening.
I mean, I think so. What I think doesn't matter, right?
Alright, Gorak, I think you've had enough beer.
It's too deep of a question to be asking this early in the morning.
Start getting people in that weird, honest place. You're like, I don't even know how to answer a question right now. Like, is this real life or am I dreaming?
Do you need a hug?
Just always need a
Quizz's modifier. I rolled a 14 and he has a plus of 4. So he's going on 18. And then we're going to all of them. Oh, hey. Nice. So you start off with Ela, who hears creatures around us. How do I have 2 quizzes? How do you do this?
Well, take it.
Oh, you have a quiz, then you have a pop quiz.
It keeps doing this thing where like I'll
But that's his
open up a separate page with the other character, and then I go back to the other one. It has the first character. Okay, Ela's here now. Okay.
Making it all weird.
So she's going to. No, that's. Okay, no, so that's great. So she will. I'm guessing she had her blade out. She's uncomfortable. She's going to keep that blade available. Plus, also, you guys are kind of talking about keeping an eye out. That's kind of the best thing she has for that. But she will, as a bonus action, touch a couple of stones. You touch 3 pebbles and imbue them with magic. You or someone you can see can make a ranged spell attack with the pebbles by throwing them or hurling them with a sling. If thrown, the range is 60 feet. And it doesn't necessarily say that you have to see the target. Because it's an attack roll, she'll have disadvantage. But she'll do that as a bonus action. And as her action, she will throw a magic stone with disadvantage towards one of the creatures that she had heard.
Goddamn magic stones.
We're going to
Just
give
see some
her
different
a
magic
perception
stones.
check.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We're going to give her a perception to see if she can figure out where one of the guys are. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Hey!
So we're going to say she definitely knows where the guy is. So she's going to make an attack roll with disadvantage. Magic stone against one of the zombies, which is going to hit. As the zombie takes 1d6 plus 4
Headshot.
damage.
Headshot. Squish his head.
You hear casting something, and you hear the semantic components and recognize this is we're casting those magic pebbles, and you hear boom, and the pebble explodes in force damage. Yeah, is it force bludgeoning? Oh, don't roll it. I already rolled it, which is good because I rolled better than that. Yeah, bludgeoning damage. So cool. So she whips it, and you hear this creature as this strange creature gets hit by a stone. That is Ela. Sorry, let me actually put the cards up here for you guys too, so you kind of have a feeling. It will be Ela and then Quiz. Of course, they're back to back because I'm playing both of them for now. And then Net, and then Amanita, and Golrak. Oh, did you roll for Dewdrop?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you can roll for Dewdrop for me if you'd like.
You ready?
We'll see where he goes.
For initiative?
Yeah.
Am I adding anything special?
Just his dex modifier. Do not have a bad one anymore. Yes, do not be at 1.
Oh my god, he also got a 3. I'm just rolling a lot of 1s tonight.
So he's going on a
Swing
total
the other
of...
way. It always does eventually. It's just gotta get that timing right. Come on, Edwards.
He's going on... Guessing... Yes, he has to have better than a
Yes.
+1, right?
It's +2. I rolled
I rolled better than the
a
past.
1.
Oh, he's going on a 3. I'm sorry, I thought you said he rolled a 3.
No, I rolled a 1. He
Okay.
got a 3.
Okay. So Ela goes, which is followed directly by Quiz. And you hear Quiz focuses in trying to figure out if he can determine where one of these creatures is. Hearing Ela cast that spell, he's going to listen in that same direction for the creature that was there. Having a decent idea of where it is, he calms himself, quiets himself, and you hear this kind of sounds like a semantic casting. So he will make a ranged spell attack against the creature with disadvantage. Oh, which means that one doesn't count. That one still hits, though. He doesn't crit it, but he gets to hit it.
Damn.
And he is going to...
That would be
It
quick
would
as
just
fuck.
be double ones.
That's pretty good.
We'll
luck.
see.
That's
In a way.
Yeah.
does. And you hear this kind of just the sound of that same creature kind of like calling out in pain. But you don't hear the sound of a body dropping. Net. I guess you'd technically be just outside of the tent. You guys kind of all got outside of the tents
Okay.
where it was at.
So for my first for an action for my cantrip, I'm going to cast a Blade Ward on myself. I just draw a little shield in front of myself, and I have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage until the end of my next turn.
Absolutely.
And then I figured that I would know that Ela was casting something.
Ela's right to your side. Golrak is to your other side. They're both directly next to you. You guys aren't spread out at all because nobody's really moved from... You kind of just got up out of the tents. So at this point...
So the first one I heard was Ela, though, so I would Bardic Inspiration.
Ela?
Ela, yes.
Yeah. So you give Ela a Bardic Inspiration, which are D8s now. Absolutely.
And that's all I can do.
So, Blade Ward, protect yourself, and Bardic Inspiration on Ela. Brings us to Amanita.
I'm going to enlarge Dewdrop so that he gets a little more secure and available to do stuff. Then I am going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Quiz.
Okay. So at this moment, Quiz is right next to you. He just came out of a tent, and he's right there. He's literally right next to you, so you guys don't have that space you talked about before. The rope's not too taut at this point because everybody's kind of sleeping. You could move to get it taut. Dewdrop was at your shoulder. Quiz is to your side. The tent is behind you. Where do you want to kind of like throw down Dewdrop as you enlarge him?
I'll throw him towards my left front foot area so that he's still close to me, but not...
So like kind of diagonally left, right there
Yeah.
from you? Yeah. And he drops down and you hear he's positioning himself. Definitely that harder sound. You can definitely tell he's got larger. The spell went off. As you inspire Quiz next to you. And any movement?
I'll just stay where I'm at.
Okay. Golrak, you just got out of the tent. To one side, Net kind of pushes off and is on the side of you. You've got about 10-foot length of rope, so you can have that 10-foot distance between him. To the other side, coming out the other tent, you've got Quiz next to you. You hear movement from the side ahead of you, and to your left just a little bit. To your right just a little bit. You heard that slingstone hit, and then you heard that same creature wince as you heard some sort of casting coming from Quiz. What would you like to do?
Can I tell vaguely what sort of distance with I'm in? Am I within melee distance of whatever that stone landed on?
I'll give you that they're definitely not in melee distance
Okay.
at this point. You can attempt to move in a little bit further.
Well, can I tell that they're not at melee distance?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can tell, they're coming out of tree clearings and stuff at this point. You guys had a little bit of a sand clearing that you found to put up your tents in, and they are moving in. So you're thinking they're probably within 30, but not within melee, give or take.
And what I am going to do is use my first attack to put the firebolt on my hammer, and then I will use my second attack to throw my hammer in the direction of whatever I heard, or whatever I've been able to discern through impacts and wincing and grunting, or
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely. Definitely doable. Your flame is 2d8 now, right?
2d10?
Is it 2d10?
2d10, yeah.
Okay, so it takes one of those, so it has 1d10 fire damage on it, plus also the weapons thrown. And you've got and so now make an attack. Now, you are making a disadvantage because you can't see what's going on. But give me an attack roll against that same creature that you guys have already hit.
Attack. Disadvantage. Yeah, that's not it. That one. With the disadvantage.
Oh, you rolled in that one? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say...
A nat 1 and 11.
Yeah. Because
And
what does the nat one
disadvantage-
technically hit?
With that, I'm at +7, so I got an 8.
Yeah, so you only missed because it's a nat one. So yeah, nat one always misses.
Yeah.
But you throw out your hammer, and then hammer's back in your hand.
Well, since it didn't hit anything, does it still have the charge on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. I'll take that as a small victory.
And with that comes... Oh, I'm sorry. No, Dewdrop. I forgot. I gotta remember. Dewdrop's... Remember, Dewdrop goes after Golrak because he's not in my thing, unfortunately. I have to add him to the party to make sure he actually stays in there. I know how to do that for the initiative tracker. Just have to make a placeholder.
So I...
Make sure the stream is still going.
I'm gonna have him just chill and defend me at this point. He's not feeling too confident about the situation because he doesn't communicate the same way we do.
Okay, absolutely. So he's going to stay in a defensive position. That works. So he's ready. So he will kind of take the dodge action himself, and he will be ready to do his reaction to try to if it feels like something's behind you. He's got his little string of webs still going up to your earlobe. And if anything seems to move that way, he's going to try to pull them away and impose the disadvantage on them.
Dave, do you want something to drink, man?
I am good for now.
I'd be cool with the Mountain Dew if they're still available.
All right.
It's the melon.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Okay, just making sure you know.
Chris, you good?
I'm good, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I have a problem with the watermelon Mountain Dew specifically, and I refuse to buy 12 packs because they'll be gone in one day.
That was one that just didn't hit me right.
Can I
wanted it to be
can I get a wild cherry while you're in there? I changed my mind. All this
They
talk.
had an apple one, and I've only got to try it once, and I've never found it since.
It's so good.
The
It's
thrashing
so
apple.
good.
Safeway on Austin Boston Academy has thrashing apple.
Noted. Noted.
Yeah, I haven't seen the 12 packs in a lot of places, but they had 20 ounces at the King Supers.
So
Yeah.
see, I found the 20 ounce at a King Supers.
It's
but I
making it
haven't
hard
been
for me to
able find it
swarm
since.
you with all this.
Yeah, no problem. The one that's
Enemy
eluding
sodas.
my stuff right now is, I thought it was a joke when I first saw it, is the damn flaming hop.
Oh.
Oh, yeah,
Apparently it's a real
is.
thing. I've seen actual bottles and
Yeah.
12 packs of it. Like, I thought it was just like
I-
an internet joke at first. I'm like, no, it's a real thing. They make flaming
Nope.
hot.
Sell them at the gas station, bro.
But
Have you
it's
tried
a-
it?
No, I have not. I heard it tastes like a live wire that's like kind of hot, like has a little spice
See,
to
I
it.
don't mind that. The first thing I heard about was somebody told me it just tasted like straight chili powder. But I'm like, I
Oh.
could see them doing that with a soda, but like, that's so unenjoyable.
That
that's
doesn't sound
gonna
good.
be a no for me.
Rather just eat
But
some
like the
Flaming
sweet
Hot
and spicy
Cheetos.
thing, like spicy mango stuff, oh man. It was like a year or two ago, they were making like all these gummy candies with like a little bit of spice in them.
Dewdrop is currently AC 14. Yes?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. This is a zombie horde, so Dewdrop is going to have a couple attacks on him. He's taking the dodge action, so that gives them disadvantage, but he's blind, so that gives him advantage, so it's 5 straight rolls on him.
Oh my
And they
god.
are just zombies, so they have not the best chance of hitting, as that's a miss. Or a hit. Hit. A miss. And a miss.
Too far.
So, 2 attacks on him for bludgeoning damage. Just a dewdrop. He doesn't have any resistances, no? Yeah. Not to to bludgeoning, at least. So he takes a total of 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
My baby.
And no one else can get to there from that side. So I've got 3 on Ela and 2 on Net. Net, they have advantage because you're blinded, but you have Blade Ward. And Net, you are currently you're AC 16, correct?
It says 15 on my page.
You have no. You went with the Mind Sharpener. You still have your Mind Sharpener. Amanita, you're an AC 15 because it should say 14, but you have the +1 armor.
Yes.
Currently. Quiz has a +1, so +1, +1, +1 Mind Sharpener. And then Ela has the Blunder Frost, which she can... Oh, I wish she was here for that. She should be here anytime now. Oh, wow. Nope. Gonna be further delayed. So, Net, I have 2 attacks on you with advantage. Which is going to be AC 18.
One, two,
All living creatures on this island are blinded.
okay.
These are not living
That's what I was
creatures.
gonna say. All living
Oh,
creatures.
man. Sound like I could use high power, man. Shit.
Right? If High Pal was here, he would not be blind. He'd be like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm not blind. I'm alive and able to see. First attack hits you for 3, reduced to 1 because of your Blade Ward. Second one hits you for 4, reduced to 2 because of your Blade Ward.
So,
But you hear a spider get smacked a few times, and to your side, Ela is getting attacked by 3 creatures with advantage. And I have another 20. This video. First one, second one, third one. The first one is going to... I gotta double check where Ela is right now. She should still be there. Apply it to Alex. Pull up an Ela. Yeah. So she is a 16. So that's a miss, and a hit. She takes 1 hit for 3 points, which is 4 points because they have a bonus of bludgeoning damage. 4, not 40. Not 40.
It's about
Come on.
man.
I hate how it...
It's like I know this is gonna be tough, but it's like really. Judge, okay.
Okay, cool.
Sam, last time we fought zombies, it didn't go too well.
You guys were much lower level then. But that's all the attacks for their first round as they move in. This is also a zombie horde, which is a lot of zombies to deal with. For sure. And they're just in. But you hear movement all around you. As zombies swarm in around you. Bring us back to the top with Ela, who has her blade ready. She is going to just let these guys have it. Not really concerned about the stones because she knows that they are all around her. She's going to so she gets 2 attacks per action now. So she's going to do her 2 attacks, and then she can do her bonus action 3rd attack.
See, I wish I had a bonus action attack. That'd be sweet.
You have 2 attacks though.
Yeah,
now.
I do now, which I'm super geeked about. I'm so happy about that. It's been a while. just taking that one big swing, and it's like a swing and a miss. Like, all right.
Yeah. Now you threw your hammer. You kind of cast them through your hammer. You have your shield on still, right now, or do you not have your shield on? Are you?
I hadn't, but if you'll let me take a reaction.
In
or
theory,
anything.
I mean, before you guys got into initiative, if you wanted to have your shield on, you could.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have your shield on, and you just threw your weapon. It kind of came back. It's still got that fire around it, but you're hearing people around. Now, of course, you can always throw the hammer as one, and then pull your weapon and attack, and do that if you want. But she's going to make a total of 3 attacks with the Blessed Blade of Geb, all with disadvantage. Starting on the one right in front of her.
It's like, you are an asshole, but you're the kind of asshole.
That is a hit. Second attack will hit. Third attack is going to hit. It's very hard to miss zombies, so she's going to be hitting 3 times. And the Blessed Blade of Geb. Now, she can't... I don't think she can hex. Pretty sure it's one creature you can see within range. Because she'd love to have that extra damage. Granted, she's going to do the extra attack anyways. Yep, creature that you can see within range. So that's not happening for her. But anyway, she can still do this. She starts on the one that she threw the stone at. To the best of... I mean... She has a rough feeling. She hit the stone and the creature moaned all its way to her. This plus 5. So 11 points of damage. And from it... It's 11. It collapses. It collapses, and you kind of hear as the blade slashes through, and like the body hits the ground, and you hear a. The body actually seems to do something as it hits the ground, but it falls over and definitely like a. Second attack on the next one over as she realizes that one's dead. Attacking to the one that hit her, she will do 10 points of damage to it, putting her crusher points into it, and knocking it back 10 feet, and then an attack into... actually, she would probably put the crusher in the second one. Let's hit. If it doesn't die, she'll throw her damage into this one. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 points of damage, and then the crusher on this, knocking it back. And she slashes, and then when you kind of hear this thump of that blade go off, and you hear the creature stagger back, but it doesn't seem to fall. Quiz has guys right in front of him. And he's got allies to either side. And he's not Ela, so I need Quiz's sheet. He is going to focus on the sound all around him with his rapier. And he calms down and he listens for the creature there, giving himself advantage on the attack, being blind, giving him just a straight roll. But he doesn't have disadvantage. He rolled a natural 1.
It's like he's here.
It's like John is here.
Are you using my dice?
That is Quiz. Oh no, I guess that's not Quiz. That's Quiz's first attempt to sneak attack a creature, and he rolls a natural 1. So absolutely on par, doing it the way I should for John. Which brings us to Net.
So I'm gonna tell everybody, if you are severely injured, follow my voice and I will help you. And then once again, I'm gonna cantrip again. I'm gonna do the Blade Ward, and I will Bardic Inspiration Golrak and tell him do what he does best. Fuck some shit up, buddy.
So Bardic Inspiration, Blade Ward,
And make sure everybody knows that they're hurt.
so they come to you.
Come find help.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Follow my voice.
Amanita.
I am going to use use Speak with Plants, and I am going to communicate with the nature around us and ask for it to keep the undead away from the living, so that ideally we'll have a little bit more room to maneuver.
Now, when you set up this tent, the tents, you set them up in a place that was relatively clear enough for you to set it up and sleep well upon the relatively warm sand. So you're thinking the plants are at least a 10-15 foot clearing from you if you want to try to do that. Now, they could attempt to try to hold off other things, but the things that are already here on top of you guys, they're not going to really necessarily be able to do.
All right, I'll just try to keep them like held off as much as possible.
Yeah, so you
Grass
do.
can
So
do
you
it.
said speak with plants.
Grass could do it. There's grass. I believe in grass.
They are called blades.
It's within 30 feet.
For real.
So you haven't seen Adventure Time? They've got it. It's got like a sword.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grass sword.
yeah. I got you.
So they will cause difficult terrain all around the area.
It feels like stepping on a Lego. No.
I definitely slow him down.
Oh yeah.
I don't care how. I don't care how
You
undead
say
you are,
that.
That's uncomfortable.
And you kind of hear as the thicket around you and around the area seems to grow, pulling around, and you think that they are going to make it difficult terrain for other creatures to come in around that area. But at the same moment, when you cast that, you're, what? Who's that? Where are you? I don't see. What's going on? It's so weird here. Nothing is like it's supposed to be. And they have this weird sense because even them, their senses, as you imbue them, are altered by this island as well, because they are living creatures, and so they are also cursed upon this island. And plants don't have the ability to really make a good DC. It's a DC 20 Wisdom save, and I'm telling you that plants have at least a -1. So,
That's one smart ass flower right there.
well, she gives them
Doesn't that make it impossible?
basic sentience.
Yes.
Yes, that makes it impossible for the plants on this island to not be cursed. Also, creatures with animal intelligence it's impossible for them to not be cursed, which is why the creatures who make it here are cursed, unable to fly away or move away, and then get eaten by zombies at night. But also at night, they are reanimated, which is why you hear creatures off in the distance. But the thicket around you does seem to get entangled, and you're just hearing these kind of weird, panicked sounds of these trees that are the trees and the bushes and the brush around, as confused as to what's going on. But it is definitely difficult terrain for anything else that's coming in. That's Amanita. And then you said you also Bardic Inspiration?
No.
No. Okay.
Not
So just
yet.
that.
Yeah. I assume Quiz still has his unless he's used it.
He has. Oh, well, no, he didn't use it because I rolled a natural 1. So even if he would have missed, but
There's no saving it.
yeah. Gorek.
I'm going to continue similarly on the same path. Since there's been some smacking and some smushing, I'm going to throw my hammer off in that direction to see if I can make contact with anything.
Now,
I'm
the thing is, you can tell there are things right up on you.
Okay.
You are aware enough to know that there are things that are probably in melee range with you.
Well, then in that case,
Nothing's really slashed at you yet, but it's right there, and you just heard like things slapping up against Nat and like hitting his armor. You even heard him actually go. and there's a creature that seems like it's right off to your side that just hit net.
Can I do Booming Blade still with my hammer having the fire charge in it?
Yeah, because that you cast that spell and then did the.
Then in that case, that is what I'm going to do off the bat. I'm going to use my hammer and I'm going to Booming Blade that first attack and see what we get. But I am crazy frustrated and I don't know what's going on, so I'm just going to swing like a madman recklessly.
Now you can't reckless unless you're raging, and you can't Booming Blade while raging.
Then I guess we're just going to go with straight disadvantage roll and go with a 10, which is 10 plus.
That's a hit.
7, so 17.
The 10 hit.
Or 10 hit. 10 is
I
enough.
think they have like an 8 or something.
Okay, Booming
Zombies have they're
lower.
they have a very poor dex because they're zombies.
So 12, 13.
So that's the fire damage, the Booming Blade damage, and the weapon damage.
Yes.
Okay, 13. Well, plus also your strength damage.
Then 17.
17.
Yeah.
Good solid smack on it, but it's still standing. And Booming Blade is an action.
Okay.
So that's that. You can do your 2-weapon if you want to try to. Well, no, because you hit it with that weapon
Well,
you
that's
had
what I
out,
was
so you
gonna
can't throw. You can't do the offhand with the. Because you can attempt with your weapon to do.
From what I read, Booming Blade is the melee attack.
It is the melee attack, yeah.
Okay.
But it's not an attack action, so you're casting. So what that means is, normally if you take the attack action, you go attack, because you're getting better at attacking. If you're casting, it takes that whole action to get that one attack off, but it has that extra booming damage. And he is surrounded with that booming energy.
Move. You gotta tell me.
Go
I was like, I can't see nothing. You gotta tell me to move.
Do drop.
Yes.
Because that one moves. He's gonna need 2 more D8.
Dewdrop. He's got guys all around him. From what he can tell, you're right behind him. Creatures are coming up around you. What would he like to do?
I'm just going to have him attempt to bite whichever one is the closest to him, whichever one's the closest to his little beans that he can feel.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd probably go for the one closest to his face. And he has disadvantage because he's blinded.
So that one natural 20 that I got, okay, I'll take the 18
18's still
plus
gonna hit.
2 for a dirty 20.
Yeah, sorry. That's the thing is disadvantage. It's going to be really hard to get crits on this island while blinded.
It's going to take a whole 1 piercing damage.
He is enlarged.
No, you're right. That information doesn't live on here.
Doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That's on the separate spell. Yeah. It won't show under his extras.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how much.
He does an extra D4. It's under the enlarged spell. When enlarged, he should do an extra D4 damage. Disintegrate, entangle, enlarge. Yep. Extra 1D4 damage.
Sweet. So that was a 4. So 5.
5 points of damage. Much better than what it was.
And then as his bonus action, he's going to use his second wind to get some hit points.
Absolutely. And then they start to move again. And these ones can't really get in, so they move around, attempting to get in. This one will eventually get to, well, I'll leave him here for now because he will get there, but that's the only attacks I have at the moment. I've got Gorak, you just did that, so I'm going to have 3 on Gorak.
Gotta get some attention.
I'm going to have 2 on Net, 3 on Ela. So we're going to start with 3 on Ela with advantage. Looking for, it's a hit. It's a hit. and a miss. So it's going to be a little painful on Ela. First one does 2 points of damage. Second one crits for 13 points of damage. I rolled a 1 for the normal one, and for the crit I rolled a 6. That's painful. So it's 13. So she's hurt now. It's got through her damage. So that's him, and then I've got 2 on you net. We're looking at an AC 8 and an AC 19.
That one hits.
Cast Blade Ward, so you take 2 points of damage as it's halved. I've got 3 on you, Golrak. AC 19, AC 15.
19 hits.
Yeah. And AC 14.
So
15 and 14 miss.
15, 14 is 19 hits.
So you've got 1 hit on you for a total of 6 points of damage. And then that's him. I've got 1 on Quiz.
Don't forget, like next time you do Boom, you can add Bardic Inspiration to it.
That's going to hit Quiz. Quiz takes 3 points of damage. And then I've got 2 on Amanita. He can give one of them disadvantage, canceling out the advantage. So when one of them tries to attack you, Dewdrop will shoot a little web towards it, and it misses you. Yep. And then, yeah, that's going to miss you with the enhancement on your armor, because that's a 14.
Sweet.
And that's that, and those 2 attacked you, and that gives me 4 on Dewdrop. Yeah, let's see. That's 1 hits. That's going to hit him too. It's probably going to hit him as well. And that's definitely going to miss him, though. So that's 3 hits on Dewdrop. Painful. Yeah, this is going to hurt a little bit. Little Dewdrop there. That's going to be 7 points of damage from the first attack. 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's down.
So he will be downed.
Golrak's happy.
I'm not happy.
I know, I'm just playing.
He doesn't see him anyways, so.
It's like, so that makes me perfectly fine. Just because I'm uncomfortable. It's like, I don't wish harm to come to the little Dewdrop. I just don't think we're going to be friends.
I found the teeniest little spider on my way out today. I had to capture him. I don't know what kind he is yet. We'll find out later.
It's always so difficult when they're teeny tiny like that.
It's definitely like a new hatched spider. Like,
I found the trippiest thing in the world today. I was putting in some berry bushes that I bought, and I was walking along the edge of my deck, and there was a freaking robin's egg on the ground. Just like on the ground, and I was looking around like there's no nest or anything anywhere. And I pick it up and I look at it, and it looked like robin just like plopped it on the ground and went about their day. It wasn't damaged, like it had fallen or done anything. So
weird.
just looked up some stuff and
Sounds like my
threw it in the
dad.
box. See if in a couple weeks I got a little baby bird.
All
Right.
right. Well, good luck.
Find some rescue to take care of it.
Ela is back up. She's going to make her attacks. First on the one that just moved back in on her and attacked her that she hit before, that she knows is damaged. She's going to hit it normally. It's going to hit, but I hate when you roll 20 and you have to throw it away.
Why can't it be 2 at the same time? Math.
Well, that's 7 points of damage, which is the minimum she can do, but that's enough. In theory, as long as, of course it's 7 though, so that's the minimum she can do. 12. Oh, good. It dies.
Cool. Like He did.
She is then going to attack the second one with her, or the one that you had attacked. And she's going to attack it with her Crusher ability because she's doing bludgeoning damage. She hits. It takes 9 points of damage and is pushed 10 feet. Yes.
Does that push?
Force movement doesn't cause it, but
Now it has to move
it can
back.
attempt to move back.
Now it has to move to do anything.
Granted, it doesn't move until I think it didn't move on its last turn. So
Well, it didn't have to, right?
isn't Boom Blank like till the end of its next turn if it moves?
As far as I know, it's not that. It's just until it
Because I know it's not like indefinite. There's a short duration on it.
It doesn't mention any duration in here.
Um,
Brandish a weapon using the melee attack against one creature within 5 feet of you. On a hit, the creature suffers the normal weapon effect and becomes sheathed in booming energy. Oh, until the start of my next turn.
So until the start of your next turn. So unfortunately, you're going to go before it gets a chance to move. But she's trying to play with the booming blade. Either way, it's very fucked up and pushed away. Forced movement won't target because it's not actually moving. Forced movement doesn't get that, unfortunately. But she's trying to help. And then she's going to do her bonus action to attack the one next to her that was hitting as well. Does she have one she already hit on? No, just the dead ones. Oh wait, that was that one. 'Cause this is the one that Dewdrop hit. So, did I mix that up? That one was much more damage. The 9 is actually enough, even without the booming blade, as long as it. So it's 9. So 14. It saves, so it's just barely. You hear it get smashed off, and it sounds like it's going to collapse, but it just managed to barely keep itself alive. If she would have rolled better than 2 1s, but she's going to do her last attack on this one here, just the next one in the row that she can kind of sense out, which is a hit. 8 points of damage. I cannot get damage on these D4s unless the next one in the row, which is actually going to get this one.
The weirdest thing to roll in the world. It doesn't roll, it just lands.
Mm-hmm. Quarterstaff damage. Which brings us to Quiz. Quiz just got smacked by one of these guys off to the side. He's going to bonus action. He hasn't moved, so he can focus in, steady his aim, and rapier attack on this guy. No, he steadies his aim, so he doesn't have disadvantage. Flat roll. There we go. That's going to hit.
Good.
And Quiz's rapier does this, and Quiz, because he has an ally here, also gets to do these. And it's all this plus 4.
So that sounds like a lot.
Yeah, so that's 12, 13, 23 points of damage to the one in front of him. And that's a DC 28 con save, and it can't make it. Plus it rolled a 5.
That's pretty hard to
He
save.
just... And you
I
hear,
don't think I
when
can
he
save
hits it,
that.
you don't hear the body collapse, but when he hits it so hard, just sticks it just right, and you just hear this thing just... And it sounds like it just explodes into dust. Just gone.
Dust zombies.
It's not bad, because it's not the type of dust zombies that, like, get there, but any creature that dies here turns into dust and is absorbed into the sands of the earth and is reanimated at night.
Water zombies. Now we got freaking dust zombies, which is the zombie central.
Yes. Net. There are some about. Oh wait, that one died. She attacked it and that one died.
kill.
But I should actually remove the one that
I'm
died.
guessing Ela would have made some noise getting hit that hard, right?
Yeah, she made a noise. And also you heard Dewdrop kind
Gotcha.
of collapsed down. So you have an idea that Ela is right next to you, like right here.
Yeah.
Actually, as she's fighting, you kind of feel every once in a while her foot kind of touches against you. She's kind of keeping her feel of where you are as she's kind of swinging her blade wildly at these creatures. So Ela's on one side of you, Golrak's on the other side, and then about 10 to 15 feet away, you heard this enlarged spider collapse.
I'm gonna cast a. Can I do a perception, see if I can feel what Dewdrop is? Or
Give a perception to hear where Dewdrop is? Yeah. Give me a perception.
oh, it's gonna be a. Pretty sure it's. Perception is that's gonna be a 13.
Dewdrop is on the other side of a couple zombies.
Ah,
You've definitely got things in front of you. You've got a tent right behind you. Ela kind of stepped just barely offside of the tent when you and Golrak came out of the tent. Golrak's right beside you, and then that's the edge of the tent. So you and Golrak are in front of a tent. And then the next tent over is Quiz, and then over next to him, you've got where, from what you remember, Amanita was at there, and you think he's about right in front of Amanita somewhere. So, I mean, you've got Golrak and Quiz and Amanita, and he's right over there near her.
well, then, not really feeling too confident about it, I would second level cure wounds. Ela.
Ela doesn't.
She's doing her end.
Remember, she has a lot of temporary hit points.
Oh yeah.
So Ela, if you say anything, Ela will let you know she's not really bad yet. The only person who's really taken a lot is
Poor little Dewdrop.
Dewdrop, because Dewdrop got out there and he did tank. He had 6 of these guys on him basically.
He was out there drawing all the
Then
attention.
I'm gonna.
He did a good job at defending for sure.
I guess I'm gonna pull out a dagger and start stabbing away at zombies.
Daggering.
Yeah.
Start doing some daggering. I think that works as a verb.
Yeah, daggering. 14.
That's a hit.
Oh,
You have
disadvantage.
Probably still 14. I'm guessing.
That's 11.
14. So you have to take the lower.
Yeah,
Oh,
four, so it'll
11
be
total.
11,
Yeah, 11 still hits. Yeah.
All right.
I was like, I'll take. It's like if your math is 14 is lower than 11. It's like I'll take it.
I thought he may.
I
I thought it was just outside my view, so I thought he rolled an 11.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, he takes a whopping 5 points of damage,
5 points of damage, and that's on the last one.
and I talk shit about his mom while I'm doing it.
Stamp, poke.
Doesn't seem to understand what you're talking
Yeah,
about
well.
with his mom, but Golrak, you can kind of get a feel that the one in front of you just got stabbed.
I'm gonna hear a stabbing sound, and then I'm going to.
So you're not up yet. First, it's Amanita.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, got me all excited. Settle down, Chris. Settle down. Golrak, chill.
I
Sorry.
am going to step a little bit closer to where Dewdrop is to kind of
stuff.
protect his little body a little bit more. Then
Yeah.
I'm going to take my quarterstaff with 2 hands, and I'm just going to swing and hope that I hit something in front of me that
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
not an ally.
So when you step away, there won't be an ally adjacent to you.
That was my thought.
So you can pretty much attack anything. Now, doing that as well, you get this feel. There's a crowd of zombies, and you're kind of stepping out into them. But you can do it. Protect Dewdrop. And you feel that she steps up.
You can't do it.
It's
like, I
my
can-
little Dewey. All right, so that's...
It's with disadvantage.
So it's a 9. Okay, so 5 plus 3 is not 10.
What is it?
7.
5.
5 plus 3 is 8.
8 is a hit because these are zombies.
Yes, we were
I
mathing
thought
today.
10 was the magic number we
Nope.
were going for. All right. I can...
Nope. They have a dex of 6. So when you kind of swing at them, they kind of move to look at you and become broader, and they're actually easier to hit because of
You
it.
say that,
You're
that
looking at
makes sense.
7.
Literally the first thing I rolled.
7 damage?
7 damage.
Absolutely. You smack into it, and you hear a good thunk, and it does not like that. Gorak, you feel a little bit of a tug as some of the rope gets pulled over, and Amanita moves away from the group. And it is your turn. The one in front of you seems to have just, you heard kind of a, as Net stabbed at it, and you hear it.
Is the one within... Okay, so, but now, okay, that's changed, so it's my turn. All right.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to switch up my hammer, so I have my bigger hammer out, and then I'm going to booming blade the closest thing I can.
Okay. Now remember, if you don't booming blade, you can go attack and get a second attack in.
Doesn't matter.
Roll a natural one.
I did.
Yeah. So yeah. Because remember, if you booming blade, you get that extra damage, but that
Like a
extra
small
damage
little
is
one.
yeah.
Like literally, that's the one. There's 19 other freaking sides on this thing where I could hit, and it just keeps freaking mocking me. It's like, hey.
Plus, if
I
you
understand.
don't booming blade, you can rage, which means you'll take for future. Remember, if you
Yes, I
rage,
know.
you'll take the half damage, and
That's
you can
what
get more
I've been-
attacks in.
That's what I've been slowly calculating.
Yeah.
when the right time to make that move is.
Dewdrop, give me a death saving throw.
I don't add anything to that.
Nope,
do I?
just the base.
Soda, bro.
20.
Soda, bro. Okay, you keep grabbing your
14.
bang.
So Dewdrop is
It's
good
just,
for
it's
his
just
first.
filling with shit. I'm just like
death
bouncing
saving
on,
throw.
like when I open up the water.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just. That's what I asked.
Drink that
Okay.
whole thing.
Which brings us to zombies.
I feel you, Brian. Drank a Red Bull or something.
Geeked.
Yes.
Saves? 2 drop saves? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
My goodness.
He can't get the tent. So he's kind of trying to move around. So that's where they get on this turn. So I've got 3 on Ela. So this is where she may get a little bit more. After this, she might need a heal.
Schmitz.
1 hits her.
Schmitz.
Second one is, where is she again? She's 16. Yeah, that's a hit because I rolled a 16. And hit. So she gets 3 hits. Plus 1 each. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points of damage. She starts getting hit a little bit. She's like, now I am injured. 2 attacks on you, Net. So 3, 2 on Net. Which are, one is definitely going to hit, and the other one hits as well. So 1 hits you for
Quit it.
7 points, which is, you did the blade war. No, you did
I
the
did
dagger.
not. Yep, I
So
did.
7 points. The other one crits you for 13 points.
Well, that fucking hurt. Net regrets talking shit about that zombie's mom.
You should.
It's like he may not have a brain, but I guess he still has feelings.
Yeah, like, for real.
Most of my abilities are visual.
Yeah. It really sucks.
Yeah, it's difficult because there's certain things. But after being on this island, in theory, you'll get a milestone. And I see a lot of people potentially going like, I want lesser restoration so I can remove blindness, or like, I want a spell that doesn't require sight, something like that. It's a learning experience. You think, what sort of things can I do if I'm blinded? Sorry, I was looking at something else. I got distracted. Net, you got hit, and then that was those 2. I've got 3. I'm going to call it 2 on Golrak, 1 on Quiz. So Golrak 1 hits you for 6 points of damage. And then 1 on Quiz is going to hit because he has...
I'm totally fine. It's just...
No, that's a miss.
I have an AC of 19, so to hit me is going to roll 19 or 20, so it's like I'm going to get credit at some point. It's going to happen. What'd you say?
6 points.
6?
Yes.
Ooh, 6.
If I can take crit, you can take crit.
Oh, sure. Still nervous. Well, I'm out there trying to freaking take some damage, and everybody else is getting hit.
I mean, okay at the moment, but I did just do something kind of stupid.
I take that back because I was it hit an 18. You are a 19 because you have the +1 on your shield. So that one didn't actually hit you, so you can have those 6 hit points back. And then 1 on Quiz. Sorry, get my brain to work. That definitely hits. He crits for 3 points of damage. Quiz hurting a little bit. Not terrible, but he's like, he's getting beat up a little bit. Net, you're not feeling good.
No,
You're probably the worst
Yeah.
from the way it sounds. Until we do have a couple on Amanita. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are on you because you stepped out into the Horde.
Oh, baby.
Oh, absolutely. So you are there. So that's a hit because you're currently at 15. Miss. Miss. And then hit. And then hit. And the last one is a hit. So 4 hits, 2 misses. So 4 hits for a total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 15 points of damage total. As these zombies just start bludgeoning and slapping at you. I'm gonna go through all of my T and zombie T. There we go. Which brings us back to Ela at the top of the round. I can try to hit a lot of them, but I don't know where you guys are. Can you get in the tents? Just try to get in the tent and I'll hit as many as I can.
Yeah.
And then
Whatever we gotta do.
she will attack the one she attacked last turn with disadvantage. She misses. That number always misses. Second attack on him. Hey, I hit him, but I throw away another crit. See if I can find something other than 1s on her d4s. She'll pump her bludgeoning into this, trying to knock him away. Hey, that's 3. So a total of 10 points of damage on the one she's already hit, which was looking bad. If only she hit him the first time and knocks him away. And then she will attack the one in front of her. That's kind of attacking. No, she's going to attack the one next to her that's attacking her. Not the one that's attacking that because Tila hits for 5 points of damage on the next one. And you can see she just kind of like pushes up against you, Net, to try to get you to kind of pull into the tent if you can. Quiz is going to try to... You pulled the rope, so he's going to... Oh, if he moves, he can't do that. He will try to... Oh, and that makes his movement 0. Supposed to get into the tent. So he's going to take... He's going to try to attack the one behind you. With his action. And with disadvantage, he's attacking with his spell, which will hit. Does 6 points of necrotic damage, and that one has disadvantage on its next attack. Let's just make a note of that. We'll call magic effect. So weird. The rings are like such a different color. You hear him. He kind of casts a spell towards one of the guys off the side, and then he pulls into the tent and is kind of pulling at the rope for you. Net. And he says, he pulls in there, I'm in the tent.
So we're being pulled back into the tent.
You can try if you want. You'd go into a different tent. They're on the other sides.
Gotcha.
Golrak, you kind of stepped out of one tent, but the rope's kind of pulling it towards the other tent. You could probably get into this tent, but there's a chance you'll probably knock over some of the poles and stuff like that because of the way the rope goes. Or you can step into that other tent, which will pull net tight.
I know they're 2-person tents, but that's sleeping 2-person. Can we all just like jam into one tent?
You could, yeah, absolutely.
But I would say, let's all go in that direction. If that's what we're trying to do is seek cover for whatever thing that Hila's trying to do.
Problem is it's hard because you really can't do like a 30-foot move because you're kind of like trying to move and then tug at somebody. So unless you like really coordinating yourself, it's kind of hard because you try to move and suddenly you're like stuck on somebody else and trying to kind of blindly pull each other in whichever different directions.
You know, it sounds like Hila has a plan. Figure if anybody can take him down, sir. So I'm gonna cast a second level Cure Wounds on Hila this time, actually.
Okay.
So 2d8.
2D.
9 plus 14. Heal to Hila.
Yeah.
Yes, bonus action, Bardic Inspiration from Amanita.
Okay. Do you move at all?
Yes, yeah, I will attempt to...
There's a tent behind you that you just came out of.
Yeah, I think... Because Golrak, you're thinking trying to all go in one tent?
If we could all fit in one tent, that keeps us from...
You don't know what Golrak's thinking. Right. I mean, you've got a tent behind you. Hila said get into the tents.
I'm just going to step back then into the tent.
Yeah, so you can pull back into the tent, and when you do, you kind of pull back into the tent. Do you want to just go 5 foot, or you can go 10 foot, and then the rope's taut, and then that's kind of where you're at. And that gives more room for people to get in the tent. Otherwise, you're stepping in and you're...
Yeah, I'll go 10 foot.
To the back of the tent.
I'll yell, I'm in the tent.
Okay. Amanita.
I'm just gonna try to grab Dewdrop and shuffle both of us into the tent.
Okay. Pick him up and you move in the tent. That will give you a couple attacks of opportunity. This guy has disadvantage and hits you. This guy doesn't have disadvantage, and it's going to hit, miss. That hits, and miss, and miss, and hit. So a couple of hits coming at you. So the first one hits you for 3 points of damage. Second one hits you for 3 points of damage. The third one really hits you for 11.
Oof.
And
I'm up, but just barely.
the last one hits you for 4.
Oh, now I'm down.
Okay, so that's right as you're going through, but you do fall into the tent. And Quiz is kind of pulling along, and he goes through, and you kind of hear it collapse. Quiz is like, she's here, but she's not well. Gorak.
Have I already gone into the tent?
Hold on. I need to not be an idiot. Because
I'm the first
I would
one.
have got
there was,
attack, yeah.
but it missed and missed because there was 2. Well, I guess that one could have made an attack opportunity on you as well, which would have hit you. So 1 would have hit you as you fleed. I don't know why I kind of just forgot about them on you. 3 points of damage to you net. There are a couple in front of you. One of them just swung, 2 of them technically just swung wildly at the people. You still have what you're thinking is maybe 3 directly in front of you because you had an ally on either side and they both just moved away, pulled back. You just heard Amanita kind of collapse down as Quiz kind of caught her.
Then I can do what I can, take my movement to step back into the tent.
Do you want to attack or anything first?
Yeah, absolutely. I will attack first. We will go in with the booming blade on the regular hammer, just like square in front of me.
Okay.
And oh god, that hurts. But I still get a 10,
Yeah, that hits.
throwing away the 20.
Oh,
It's always painful. That's on the one directly in front of you, which would be that one.
18 damage
18.
with booming energy. And then I take my movement and retreat.
You
as
slam him super heavily, and it seems like he just doesn't quite. And then when you retreat, do you want to retreat where you just heard her collapse, or do you want to step back towards where Ned is?
I'll step back in Amanita's direction where I heard her collapse.
Okay. So you step in and you kind of feel where she's at, just out of the edge.
Does that put me in the tent?
You are in the tent, yes. Dewdrop, give me a death saving throw.
That one's a 13.
Perfect. So he's close to stabilizing. And then that brings us to zombies. So there's a couple out here on Eva. They're going to swarm the best they can. You already have the disadvantage, so that's gone. This is going to be a little bit painful, but luckily you healed her up. She's going to survive, and this is going to work. So I feel like it's something Alex would do. So I've got 2 on Golrak. First one is 18. Second one is lower. 1 on Quiz, which is a 19. So he takes 6 points of damage. And then that's everything else. And then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on her. Hold on, let's see. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Tries to get in here. That works well. Sorry, I'll smash this. So, some attacks on Ela. Sitting at a heavy 16, so we're looking for anything lower than 14. That's 1 hit there. Ah, miss. That's a hit. That's a miss. That's a hit. That's a miss. And a hit on fails. So 4 hits against Ela. Good thing you healed her to full. She takes 10, 14, 18 points of damage total. But that is the zombies, and they move about. Which brings us to Ela, who is going to use Blunderfrost on the wave of zombies that seem to be this side. Yeah. She can't get into the tent yet, but she's going to attack these ones here, going away from the party. She's going to get all of these guys with Blunderfrost and more. And so that is going to be a con save. Is it for half? Yep. You hear she kind of pulls out the Blunderfrost, and you hear it's just like the energy around you immediately cools, your chills, your skin goes through, you have goosebumps. She doesn't hit you guys, but just right next to you, this cold wind seems to catch. So I've got, looking for 16. So, fails. That's a success. Oops. Let's find out who I'm getting hit. Success. Fails. That's a success. That's a success. That's a success. I'm on D20s. Yes. Half damage might still get it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Fail, and fail. So those ones succeed. As Blunderfrost goes off. Using all of its charges for the one spell instead of a couple charges for the lower ones. And she's going to try to 10, 20, 30, 41 points of damage. So dead. And the ones that didn't save automatically die because they can't make that save. And then the ones that do save take 20 points of damage. So if it's one that already been hit, that is that one. So that one's still up. That one's dead. Because, well, unless I roll that 20. Nope, it's dead. These other ones are all at full health, so they each take 20 points of damage. Oh no, one of them wasn't at full health. One was at 17. So he takes that and stays alive, so he has 1 hit point. And then so we should have left now. Let's switch this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that one actually did take damage before. So does he save? Because I would that one. No, so he dies as well.
Die. Murder! Well, I don't know.
No?
Now we're talking semantics. It's just what I was thinking about before. What does Gip do with all these zombies? Is he going to want to double murder all the zombies? Or all the
When
zombies?
she fought zombies before, it seemed like it didn't seem to do anything. They don't have a zombie doesn't technically have a soul to send back to Geb.
Soulless devils.
And that is Ela, which brings us to Quiz. He hears that there's a creature right out in front of him who's not doing very well. Not that he knows, but it's mostly frozen. This blast goes off. He focuses himself. You're right next to him. He's going to rapier into this guy. And that hits. And his rapier plus his sneak attack. 17 points of damage. Still standing. Oh, yeah, no, because he didn't crit. So, hits it, and you hear this thing just shattering and falling apart, but it just doesn't seem to collapse or fall to dust. Net. You are up. You just felt this big blast from the blunderfloss go off. You know that
I feel the tug.
along the rope, everybody, like most everybody's on the other side of the tent. You can't get quite to that other tent without pulling Ela along with you. But boom, the blunderfloss goes, those ones are good, but I still have a couple over here. Don't need that anymore.
Would I know where these zombies are by her? Or... Because I went 10 feet into the tent. So
You step back into the tent. Gorak stepped in the other tent, and the rope's taut. And then you heard the things go off, but you're still hearing little bits of movement outside of their tent. So you're not sure if you... I mean, there's still probably zombies in between you and their tent. Of course, Quiz stabbed at that one. He's like trying to kill it off. And you hear him like stabs at it. And he's like, "They got downed people over here."
Yeah, I'm gonna go out of my tent. And I'm just gonna try and follow the tension.
Kind of fall to the tension of the rope. And you get right next to there, and you're following the tension of the rope. You damn near smack into, there's a zombie right in front of you. You kind of feel, but right to the side, you can kind of lean down, and you can feel Gorak's right here, and he's got Ela right underneath him.
Yeah, you mean...
I don't know, I'm saying Ela, sorry. You've got Amanita right underneath.
Can I reach her?
You can lean down and touch her.
Okay. I'm gonna do third level cure wounds on her.
Okay.
Where
Find some 8s. Yeah, there's at least one.
Yep. 8, 7, 15, 18 plus 5, so 23 back to you.
So how does that work? I just get that, or do
Just
I have
23.
to... Sweet.
23 from 0, yep.
Sorry.
Thanks, friend.
No problem. It's what my dude does.
And there's a zombie right here who seems to be upset with you, but when one thing you notice is when you kind of like damn near smack into it, its skin feels like it's frozen over. And there's just this frozen ice all like along the ground, where it's ground just as you step on it, the sand that kind of normally gives a little bit for each step just kind of crusts away. And you can tell that the sand was like frosted over.
Well, we all know how my karma goes. I'm gonna call him a stupid meat popsicle. And we'll see how this goes, guys.
So that was that. Any bonus action?
I will Bardic Inspiration quiz.
Okay. Amanita.
I am going to try to help Dewdrop.
You can give me a medicine check to stabilize him, to make sure he's good.
No, I have it. I still got it right here. D8.
It's a D8 now.
Yes, I know that. So I
Yeah,
still have this
so,
as,
yeah,
a,
as
this is
the
marker.
dice. Yeah, I feel you.
Gotcha.
11.
She has
Yeah.
it. Quiz has
You
it.
stabilize
Still
them?
has their bardic inspiration. So.
Sick.
You kind of take him and wrap him up, make sure he's fine, tuck him away. He's stable, but he's sleeping for now.
I'm going to unreduce
Yeah.
size. So it's easy. It's just
So
a
it's
small
he's
eye.
easier to put away that way. Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
assume that costs the spell because it doesn't say otherwise in the spell description.
Yeah, it's just gone. Yeah. Yeah, you can't target it to somebody else.
Well, I mean, I think do I have to cast it again?
No, because you can stop. It's
Okay.
concentration, right? Technically, right? Isn't it concentration?
Get out of here.
I mean,
Get out of
That'd be
here.
deep
cool.
down, yeah. I'm always a little guy.
It just says buff.
Always
Oh, okay, so it's not concentration. I forget.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't always
really
look at.
hard.
I don't use that spell
Very hard.
as much as I should. It's a really good spell to use.
Napoleon complex, man. I think.
Oh, I've got other ideas that I want to play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Conquer the world.
It just says if it drops anything,
Yeah.
then that thing returns to its normal size. But it doesn't
Look
say
up at
anything about
everything,
undoing or
like, I'd be
taking the
mad
spell
too.
off.
Neck starts hurting and shit.
So no, duration is concentration up to a minute. So
That's what this
technically,
all comes from.
yeah. So
That's
you
what
can
I
end
was
concentration.
always
Technically, when you fell unconscious, you would have ended it right there. So when you come back to, you kind of picked the bigger dewdrop, and as you fell, like he was
A little
small
guy.
again.
Okay.
And there's any bonus action?
I think I'm okay for now.
Golrak. There's definitely a couple zombies outside of this tent still. Ela kind of called out that there's people by her.
What kind of movement can I do that wouldn't necessarily detrimentally affect anybody?
So at this point, you're standing here. You've got Amanita underneath you, and she's
Hi-ya.
laying on the ground, like feeling, making sure that her spider's okay, and getting him like tucked away. And one of her legs is up as Net reached down and picked up her leg, kind of cast a spell on it. And then directly in front of you, there's zombies right there outside of the tent, from what you can tell.
And if I can tell they're right out there in front of me, I will step out and do my best to hit them.
I mean, they're not even step out. I mean, they're like,
Well, then I will rage up and I will reach out and try and smack some zombies.
yeah, absolutely.
So straight attack.
Go reckless.
Yes.
Might as well.
Reckless rage.
Oh, if you go reckless, they're going to get advantage. But since you're blind, they get advantage.
I was
So,
gonna say, they already have advantage, so
so just even it out,
It's
yeah.
like, is there such thing as double advantage? I may reconsider.
Mm-mm.
We do have
Okay.
triple advantage,
Nope.
but that's only if you have elven accuracy, right?
17 to hit.
That's definitely a hit.
Fuck on,
So
Golrak.
D8 plus 4.
I'm just looking for that DC.
I got 9 damage.
He falls.
All right, then I'll take my second swing at whatever else I can swing at out there.
9 damage. I have a plus 30 con. He actually just barely is up.
That
Oh, wait, no.
one I just hit.
9, 10, 11, 12. No, sorry, yeah. 14. The,
Okay.
the DC was 14, not 9. Duh. It's not the amount of damage. But yeah, so no. So that one falls. There's another one off to the side that Quiz just stabbed. That seems like it's super fucked up as well.
I will swing at that one. Golly. The 12 still hits, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
6, 12 hit.
And then some.
12 damage.
Absolutely. 12 points of damage.
Oh my god, are those donuts?
Did you want
17. I don't want one, so.
Or are you just gonna kill my character?
It's
He's
alright,
working
mine
on
almost
it.
died.
Yeah.
I would understand
So
at this point.
that one actually is still standing. But you also
down and another one up
you
over.
go into a rage. When you go into a rage as well, he does fail his save,
Just shoot, guys.
but he survives on the damage of that too.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's
You know,
only,
I've never had
only
Krispy
2
Kreme
anyway, so.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He rolled a 12, so
It's a 13.
that gives him a 15 to
Wow, he has
is
a
the
plus.
save, and you rolled a 2, so that's a 7 DC. So that one's still barely standing. And that's Golrak, which brings us to some zombie time. This guy's going to step in and attack. These guys are going to attack off on Ela.
No. Damn it.
So,
Attention.
Ela, you currently have 25 hit points.
25 hit points hurt.
What happened is you guys set 2 tents side by side. Have you been watching it all?
Only just the last like 10 minutes.
Okay, so you guys set 2 tents side by side, and you guys are fighting, and you realize you're overwhelmed, and you're like, get in the tents, I can do something. And they went through, and you kind of gauged out, and you're like, you've got like 3 here beside you attacking, and like 1 to either side of you as well, so there's like 5 here, but there's like 20 of them off this way. So you did Blunderfrost's Cone of Cold.
Nice.
And dropped a bunch of them. So there's just a couple there. However, there's still 3 right here and 1 on either side.
Yeah.
So those are going to go at you real quick. You are still 16, so that's a miss, a hit, a miss, a miss, and a miss. You only got hit by 1. That's odd. They have a decent chance of hitting you. What is that? 40% chance of hitting you. And only 1 did.
And
But
you're
you
rolling
take
2 dice.
6 points of damage, which I'm going to add onto your sheet because I have you up right now.
Cool, thank you. 6 points of damage, sure.
Oh yeah, once you multiply it times 2, yeah, it's different. So you're now at 19 hit points. You have 2 magic stones on the ground next to you. You have your blade out and are just kind of slashing and stuff. And then, so that's the 5 on you. I've got 1 on net. And that is going to be 16.
Fuck meat popsicle. Shit.
It's not the meat popsicle. He smashed the meat
Oh.
popsicle. This one still is a meat popsicle. And he's going to hit you for 3 points of bludgeoning damage. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's he more mad at? Or I'm just going to throw my dice away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going after you, Golrak. And that is an 11, which is a miss.
Yes.
Which
Just,
brings
out there,
us...
just shield checking people.
Mhm. Which brings us to Ela.
Yes.
So you are up. You have 3.
On either side.
You basically have zombies on either side, and then 3 to this way. From what you literally just got smacked from, like diagonally, as one tried to they're like clawing and they're hitting at you. They're just not hitting you hard enough to damage you, but you can feel that they're all around you.
And I'm standing straight in front of...
So you
I'm
were
in the entrance of a tent.
You were at
We're
the
all-
entrance
we're
of a tent,
we're all tied
and they all
together.
came out, and you stepped to the side
We're all tied together.
and took a 5-foot step. Now, there's a rope tied to you that's pulled taut, and because it's pulled taut, you know that net is 10 feet to the side of you.
Okay.
So net's 10 feet away. If you 5-foot step, you go towards that, but also if you 5-foot step, there's a lot of zombies that are just going to be smacking at you,
Right.
depending on what you want to do.
So then what I will do...
We got Bardic Inspiration.
And I have Bardic Inspiration. Cool, thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I will cast... I'll cast Spirit Shroud. And nobody is seeing this. So nobody will get to see what it looks like. So I will spare the description for now, unless you really want it.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like the whole point of it. That's why we can't see, so we can hear about it.
Sorry, I forgot you even had that.
No.
I probably would've- well, yeah. I mean, you
it
probably
doesn't
would have had it
matter.
earlier, but yeah.
But yeah, so she'll do
I've had you just doing your attack, bonus action attack, because you're just kind of trying to slash down as many of these as you can.
yeah. I'll bonus action Spirit Shroud, but I'll do it with the radiant damage. But what it looks like
Oh, and you have radiant damage.
within 10 feet of her, all around her, looks like these chained creatures, Sauguin, humanoids, lizard folk, GIF
Real.
are like bound by these radiant chains. Almost look like they're mummified, but just decrepit. And they are slowing and reaching and pulling at enemy creatures within 10 feet of me. That is anybody that is not my friend. And these zombies are not my friend. So at the start of their turn, they'll have their speed reduced, as if that matters. But I will also have extra damage for the next minute while doing it. It is concentration.
Mm-hmm. And it's a bonus action.
Yeah, so it's a bonus action, and I will, fuck it. I mean, unless I know for sure that I've hit one recently, I'll just go after the one that attacked me, because I know
You're
I'm
not
confident it's right there.
100% sure which ones you've done damage to recently. There's a chance that some of them have. You did hit one and you knocked it away, but then the other ones kind of moved in. So one of these you have hit, but you're not sure if it's the one that just, because they like a couple of them stepped in on you.
Right.
Because you're kind of slashing at him and then trying to knock him away as well. Because he's over here casting Booming Blade as well, so you're just like attack, and like knock one away, hoping it's the one he just cast Booming Blade on.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of hard to tell for sure.
Fair enough.
Do you like being in darkness, by the way?
I do. It's fucking cool. But yeah, so I will go ahead and attack just the one that hit me. You know which one that one is. At disadvantage.
Yep.
So, attack. Okay, AC 18.
That's a hit.
Cool. So then that's going to be... so that'll be a D8 of radiant damage, and then my D4.
You don't have to split it up at all. I know that some of it's radiant, so that's enough.
Right.
There's not any of them that you've hit that saved, so that's okay. I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha. These have been pretty meaty, so I'm just going to try and put them down as best I can, so I'll pump my bludgeoning into this as well.
The first one, yeah. You're pretty sure you didn't hit this one yet. He's been here slapping at you for a little bit.
Okay, cool.
So,
ooh, yeah, hell yeah. So that's 7 plus 5, so 12 plus 8, so that's 20 points of damage.
hit him really good.
And push
him back.
And then the one standing next
You just push
to
10
him,
foot, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
And then the one just to the right of
So it was kind of, you had one there, so to the right of him or to your right?
Yeah.
So you kind of just
Yeah,
slash
to my
to the
right.
next one?
Yeah. Just like follow through with the next one. And this is considered a second attack because I have that.
Yep.
Holy shit. So then with disadvantage, that's an AC 25.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be...
You hit these guys if you roll 2, by the way.
Nice.
Because they're zombies.
They're zombies.
And they're zombies, and they're slightly different zombies. There's a couple slight modifications to them.
Oh, yeah.
They're actually a little bit slightly weaker.
Like they're actually just a little bit shittier.
9 plus 5.
They are, just slightly.
So then that's 14 points of damage.
God, it's
also
nice.
including radiant.
Got
14
such a
on
zombie.
that one, who also
Wait, the zombie
hadn't
had
really
a shitty-
had much to him, but he's looking a little bit, or, well, I mean, you don't know. He's still standing.
He's looking black.
Quiz.
Look at some sound.
I swear to God, he killed this one already. And just does his jab, just focuses himself. Steady aim. Hears exactly where the guy is. He listens, and as Ela's slashing off, he hears the zombie in front of him that's moving, and he hears the icicles breaking off of it. And he knows right where that center mass is, and he goes for it. And he hits. Doing... Oh, hey, I don't have to have Ela up anymore. That's helpful. That's 4, so that's 16. 20 points of damage. Hey, and that one dies. And just you hear the as the creature just dissolves off in the dust. That's the other thing you're noticing is when they die, they just disappear off into dust. Justice quiz, which brings us to Net. Net, you've got Ela behind you, and you heard her getting smacked a little bit. You're also not feeling great yourself, though. and you've got one asshole right in front of you who's smacking away at you. But
Sounds of radiant chains, kind of.
and yeah, you're hearing chains and stuff like that around you as well.
Oh, this is just Vietnam all over again.
I was
Here
gonna
we
say,
go.
it's like, does that, it's like that, getting that all
So
fucked up
I'm
at
gonna
all?
do second level cure wounds on myself.
Save the day.
Any bonus action?
Bonus action. Actually, I can't give bardic inspiration to anybody else in the party, so I think everybody has.
Because we haven't used it.
You haven't used it.
So I gain 10. I gain 15 back.
Okay. Did you want to use your bardic inspiration on either of those attacks? You could have used it into the radiant damage, technically.
Oh, I guess you're right. I could have. Because it's a spell, right? With Spirit Shroud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll toss it into the first guy that I hit.
The first guy.
I hit him pretty solid.
Don't
I wanted
roll
to
a
drop
one.
him. Oh, and dropped an 8.
An 8. Okay, perfect. 2 would have been enough, but yeah, you blast him and he goes away, and
Bury the lead over here.
you did 20 points of damage to a guy you hadn't hit yet. And there's zombies who have 22 hit points.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Very
I'm familiar with the hit points of the zombie, having used them recently.
But Net, so she does. You could bardic inspiration her.
Okay, then yes, so bardic inspiration, you know.
God, you guys are so fucking. I can't bardic inspiration because everybody has it. I'm like, man, when was the last time I got a bardic inspiration in any character I played?
You got bardic inspiration, Dave.
That's fine.
It's all for you, whatever you gotta do.
You get
I'll probably. I have an idea to play a bard if Miss dies. When Miss dies, I don't know. We'll see. I'm worried that everybody else is gonna die.
I honestly
On that
thought
path
I was
already.
dead yesterday. I mean,
Amanita.
So I'm towards like the entrance of the tent.
Yeah, you're on the ground and you just tucked away a very safe and good dew drop for now. And you're laying on the ground and you've got dwarf legs on either side of you. He's standing above you, straddling, but he's also a dwarf, so he's not that much above you. But he's like on a wide stance, just smacking things down. And you just heard this thing shatter. From what you're hearing, there's not zombies directly there, but you're underneath him. You are also tied with ropes, and the rope is going out underneath his legs, so if you stand up, you're going to kind of wedgie him with this rope.
Just launch a dwarf.
So you can kind of, it would be,
I'm
as
so
opposed
fast,
to,
though, so I
yeah,
can only go so far. Ah,
you would have to move 5 feet and then try to stand up to really be able to get up from underneath him.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, use that to get up from this situation
So that's
so that I can...
20 foot of movement. Do you want to stand in front of Golrak or in front of Quiz outside of the entrance of this?
Probably Quiz?
Okay. And when you move out and you can tell there's just this extra bit of cold right to the side of you, and you're like, there's a zombie right there. And Net's right off to your side, but just a little bit of distance away. But there's a zombie like right between you and him, just off to the side, you're feeling.
Do I still have the ability to give him a good stabby stab with my dagger?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet.
Dagger, quarterstaff, whatever you want to hit him with.
The attempt.
Do the dagger,
The
yeah.
dagger, yeah. So that's...
With disadvantage.
Okay, so that's not set yet. Okay, so it is going to be 8, 10, 13.
13 is a hit.
5.
You stab him, and it sounds like he's really fucked up, but he just barely manages to. You stab him, and it seems like he's trying to go away, but just you kind of hear the ice falling off his body as it dissolves, but it just that life force stays to him, and he just still stands there. So he's just barely there. Golrak, you just heard that same thing, like just not right in front of you, but just a little ways out. You hear the ice as if this creature started to turn to dust, and the ice around it fell to the ground, but the dust like re-solidified, and it's like
I'm gonna just swing like a reckless madman in that direction.
it's you know you just killed one here, and it's probably a little bit further. You're probably gonna have to
So
step
I will
out at least a little
take
bit.
a step, whatever I can, to close that distance. And
You kind of hammer forward, and you feel where he's at, and just
boom.
or probably shield. You got your shield out, so you kind of move out, feel your shield collide with something, and just
Ready to
reckless at it. Yeah.
Sin. That's 12, 26.
Because they're zombies. It's like 4 times over.
Yeah.
3 times over. You got to pull out a bunch of dice too, because everything's different colors today.
Yeah, I know. That's what Colt showed me. Dude, the green ones.
I got
They
14.
look good in this light.
So I got 14 damage. Can
Oh,
I
the
add my
lightning
Bardic
ones?
Inspiration
Oh, yeah.
into my lightning damage?
Yeah.
Alright. That's another 2 lightning damage.
So he didn't save, so 2 extra lightning damage. So it was 14. How much? So I need them separate. So how much lightning damage total?
3 lightning damage total and then 14 regular damage.
Oh, the Bardic Inspiration is a D8.
Oh, that's right.
I know.
I'm the smart boy out of that. Well, that makes 7. That makes 8 lightning damage total.
Okay, so 8
And
lightning
14
damage
regular damage.
and 14 regular.
13 regular damage.
You go over and you the lightning shocks at him, and you smack into him, and it's still standing there.
Son of a bitch zombie.
Dewdrop rests. I have 1 zombie and 3 people. 1 person just stabbed me. 1 person I just slammed, and 1 person just slammed and shocked me. I'm gonna say I'm going after the person who slammed and shocked me recklessly.
I'm a crazy man.
That's gonna be a hit because that's AC 19.
19, yes.
Damn.
You take 7 points of damage. You're raging, so cut in half. And then, Ela, you've got 4 on you.
This could be bad, guys.
You'll be fine, my friend.
It's not like it's good guys. They're zombies. Of course they're bad guys.
These could be bad guys.
17.
Comma.
It's like I think they are bad guys.
Bad comma.
AC 17.
Punctuation,
AC 17.
That's a hit.
A crit.
Well, yeah, that's a hit.
And an AC 17.
Is that the third?
Well, I'm glad that
3
I'm
fives
concentrating because
and a
I'm
20.
unconscious now, probably.
Is that the third?
We'll see.
Well, is that Ela's third crit right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been
I mean, they're going to have a
aggressive
decent
dice.
chance of critting. You guys are going to have the best chances. So the first one does 7 points of damage,
Ow.
max.
Yep.
The other one does 2 points of damage. The crit does 9 points of damage.
Yep, I fall because the next hit does at least 1 point of damage to me.
The last one actually then would move over and it'd be AC 17 on
No,
net.
I haven't fallen.
Oh, you haven't fallen
The last
yet.
one drops me, so I lose my spell.
Okay, so last one drops you, so that's 4 points of damage.
Yep.
Okay, I thought you meant you fell on that one.
No.
So you fall as these things are slamming into you, and you feel the rope tugs as Ela and falls, and you hear. But there's not a lot of zombies left. You guys have gotten through the majority of them. There's this one in front of you that does not want to freaking die at all.
Wait. Oh, no, I can't do that technically.
Do what?
Because you have advantage. Inspiration only works for my dice rolls. I can't, like, sub it out for yours.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean your luck?
Yeah, for Evandra.
Do you want to try to use your Evandra's luck on one of those attack rolls?
Yeah.
On which one?
On the crit, if I can.
Yeah. Roll. So I do need you to roll me a d20. It's like luck point, and luck points you can use on attacks against you.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be this one. And I can still roll a 16.
16. So it's still going to hit you, but you get 4 hit points back.
Okay.
Do you still drop?
I don't.
So yeah, so you don't drop. Because I know you were close, but... So today's you rolled a 16?
Yeah.
Good, just math, but... You no longer have your luck point, but people believe that Evandra's luck does return to them. Basically, the way it works is whatever you rolled in that many days, you get that. So if you're less lucky, like let's say in this chance, if you rolled a 2, you'd be like, oh, I'm super lucky, and in 2 days, you'd actually get that luck point back. You don't get it back for 16 days,
Right.
but it's still there. Ela, it is your turn. You have a couple of zombies around you. One of them to the side is very, very not good because you already smacked it once. And then another one of these is probably not good, but you're not sure which one. And then 2 of them that are probably just about as tip-top as you could be.
Right. And I'm inspired, right?
You are inspired.
Inspired. Yeah, Ela will say, I'm very hurt, friends. There's only so much I can take. And she will attempt to... I'll use this special. I'll pull out some random dice just so we can see what they look like. I will attack... So there's the one that's crazy injured to my right, and then I have 2 to my left?
You have 3 still. So 1 crazy injured,
Oh,
another one that you already smacked and knocked away and then came back, but the problem was is you smacked one and then you heard 2 moving in and you're not really sure exactly which one is which.
Well,
and
one
then 1
died.
moved over. Yes, 1 died.
And then somebody's filled
You
in
had
space.
you had 5 and you killed that one.
Yeah.
You killed 1, you injured 1, you had 5 to start with, so you still have 4. 1 for sure injured, another one
Okay.
possibly injured, and 2 not injured.
Gotcha, okay. The one that's possibly injured off to the side, I don't know how much that would be, but I'm going to pump my first hit. I know I like bludgeoning if I hit. So that's
So not the one that you hit last time?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm hoping to do the second attack on it.
So 1, 2, or 3. Like kind of 1, 2, or 3. There's like 3 of them by you, and then a 4th one that's
Not
injured.
4, but I guess
So
that
like
would be...
1, 2, 3, or 4, and 4 is injured for sure.
I'll do 2.
Okay.
Yes. 2, and that's AC 18.
There's zombies. Yes.
Okay.
Just don't roll 2 ones,
All right, cool.
or I guess any ones.
Right.
If you roll 1, it's 1.
And then I'll do my bludgeoning in this one. So then that is
Those are fun. Oh, and I like when the light changes on them.
Yeah, you can see them.
The D4 really
So
looks
that's-
cool.
The dice kind of look like they're flashing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
19 points of damage. I'll go ahead and pump the inspiration into it. So 27. So it has the radiant in there as well.
And he gone. Donskis.
So
He's
then
killed the Grognak one.
nice. Second attack, I'll go ahead and do
No,
to
it's
the 4th one.
1, 3, or 4. So 4.
So 4.
Yeah.
AC 10.
Yes.
As 1 is damn near unreadable and 1 is very readable. The AC 10 is still a hit.
Mm.
Okay. And then that's going to be just this plus 5. So that's 5, 6, plus 5 is 11 points of damage on him with the radiant.
11. Oh, and it's radiant, so you hear just, or as you start slashing in, you kind of hear the chains go and these creatures just rip it apart, trying to take what Geb wants. But unfortunately, there's zombies, so what Geb wants is already gone.
But they're doing their job. And then my bonus action, I'll go ahead and attack 2.
2 you just killed, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 technically. 1, 2, and you went for 2, and 2's dead. So you have 1, 3.
Oh, okay. Then 3.
3. Okay.
So bonus attack on 3 is... Oh, not 1 is always a miss.
Yes. And that is Ela. Quiz. It's like, wait, I can't quite get past you, but I know where he's at. Tired of you. And you hear him cast a spell. He focuses, and he casts a spell, which hits and does 6 points of necrotic damage. And oh, that's enough. You hear the one, he just kind of goes through, and then that hand grabs a hold of it, and you hear, and the one in front of you guys dissolves off. I'd love to come over there, Eli, but I don't really know where you are.
I'm over here.
I'm pretty sure we just kind of tangle ourselves up. You're in my way, guys. And he can, let's see, so again, not doom. So he can go between you guys.
Just follow the sound of my voice. I
So
don't know what
there.
else to say.
That's as much as he can.
I
He
don't
moves
want
in.
to be eaten alive.
He's like, ah, that's as close as I'm. And you hear he's a lot closer. He's like, yeah, that's about as close as I'm getting to you, Ela.
That's
I don't think
pretty
I'm holding
close.
Grognak back anymore. Net, you are up. Ela is very injured, and the rope is taut between you, so you guys have
Okay.
a good. I mean, you know exactly where
Yeah,
she
so
is.
I'll pull myself towards Ela,
Mhm.
and I will use my final third cure wounds.
Counterspell.
Oh, fuck me. Well, 7, 14.
14.
Yeah. Fortunately, I rolled a 2, a 3, and a 4.
They have
so-
slightly worse attacks for zombies, but they each have counterspell at will.
That was just some talented zombie.
Could you imagine that? A horde of counterspellers? Have fun.
I forgot to roll my concentration checks when I got hit. By the way, I have advantage on them.
Go ahead and give it to me. What's your bonus?
+3.
Yeah.
So,
So,
I can fail it.
what's your first? What'd you hit for the first
The
one?
first one was a 10.
Yep, you're good.
So next one is 21.
You're good.
The one afterwards.
And that was a crit, but it got turned away from a crit.
The one afterwards is a 15.
That's it. Oh yeah, so you're good.
Well, I got it
And there's
4 times,
one more. Yeah.
which is
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. So Net moves in, heals you. Any bonus action, Net?
I'll Bardic Inspiration Ela again.
Cool. Amanita.
Stack. Well, no, it's dead now.
Yeah.
We are quite
Um,
determined.
The rope just kind of got
Running
pulled
out of
towards
shit there,
Ela's
though.
voice, and you're hearing zombies off that direction. You could try to follow Quiz along. Quiz didn't quite get to anything, but you can try to move along, kind of slingshot around him
Yeah.
with the rope if you'd
Yeah.
like.
I'll do that for sure.
At about 15 feet of movement, you're kind of moving out. Are you doing dagger or quarterstaff?
At this point, I'm doing quarterstaff.
Yeah.
if I'm-
So you kind of go through, and you're moving towards Ela's voice, and you kind of hit, and you hear, and you're like, that's a zombie. If you want to try to give him a snack.
You try to give it a solid whack and not just a little tickle. 14, 17?
That's a hit.
I'd imagine so. And we're looking at 8.
8 points of damage. You smack him really good, and it seems like he's going to fall, but you hear that dust start to, and it comes back together as he just manages to save. Well, he actually saved pretty well. But there's that, and then there's that one, so I just have the 2 left. Yes. Let me make sure that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. It's all right, all right, all right. Gorak. You're tied to Net and Quiz. Net just pulled taut going towards Ela. Quiz just stepped around your side. So you can try to get in front of Quiz and you'll be right next to Net. You just heard a smack from that distance, or from that area.
And I will move towards whatever action I can move towards.
Yep. You move, and again, you're kind of moving out with your shield. You move past Quiz, and you feel your shield connects with whatever just smacked. This thing's like, you're not sure exactly where it is, but you're like, it's here-ish.
Well, I'm gonna wall out on him.
Go.
We're gonna go double aim.
Reckless.
Yes. And that puts me at just barely a
He needs a save. He fails.
11.
11 hits.
That's for both.
Yep. So give me the 2 attacks separately, just to see if he survives them. And then also need lightning damage too.
I have a 7 and a 13 for the hits, and then lightning damage is a 3.
Perfect. You go in, you smack the first one he seems to hold to, and just you hit it, and it just seems like there's no resistance as you just dust this thing. And your third strike, you said 3 points of lightning?
Yeah, 3 points lightning.
You can kind of hear this one off by Ela that just, and it sticks off and hits the one by Ela.
See ya.
Zap.
Sleepy boy.
Zapped him to get his attention. Come get me, you stinky fucker.
He would have to move past
Same.
Ela, and Ela got his attention more so.
They're still too dumb. He just doesn't even know what I did.
That's a hit
Dumb, brainless zombie.
for 7 points of damage on Ela. He just clocks you right in the side of the head. And Ela, you are up.
Murder that zombie!
Pretty sure I gotta get
Get it!
through
We murder the zombie!
20 zombies.
Yes. This time it is okay. It is okay, Ela.
Concentration.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You are blinded though, so you have this. No, I'm just kidding. It's hard to concentrate on a spell when you can't see it.
Man. Yeah, definitely first attack on that zombie. It just hit me in the face. Disadvantage is a 25.
It probably will hit.
You know what? I think I just need to be blind more often because apparently I can actually hit shit when I'm blind.
It's funny because you are actually hitting better. Beforehand, you were hitting with everything too. It's just beforehand the thing that sucked was I couldn't find anything but 1s and 2s. And it was always like 1-1 or 1-2 on your freaking dice.
So I will drop the bonus, the inspiration damage into this as well.
Okay.
Plus 8. Oh! Maximum damage, baby! 4, so that's 32 points of damage with some radiant in there. Radiant, thunder, slashing, bludgeoning.
I'm all trying to go over that because I'm used to it. It goes through, and you slash, and you hear the and
Spinning the blade above her head. Fuck is next?
at the moment it sounds like you don't hear anything necessarily, but when you focus, you do hear this occasional crinkle and crack and movement all around you. Just little bits. You recognize that this is the foliage and stuff like that's just kind of still keeping itself up. Because the plants are like, we've got this. We're defending you. You're not going to get through here very well. Little branches are like... the trees are trying their best to do it. It's difficult terrain. Things can still get through, but they're trying to like wall you off, and their plants. They're doing their best. But it is the end of the tour.
Well, I almost died, but we made it.
It was a rough encounter.
Does that hurt?
You guys have already finished. The two of you have finished your trance. So the other ones of you guys can go back and finish the rest of your rest. And it has to be blink, 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 blink for now. Yes, that works. As you rest. Do you want to do any healing for
So that's
Dewdrop?
the start of our day.
No, you guys finish. You guys are in the middle. This is third watch.
Of night.
So will we get the effects of our long rest?
Yes,
now?
Yeah, after this, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I'll do second level cure wounds on Dewdrop.
Okay.
Running. That's gonna be 8 to Dewdrop. Let's drop a 1 into him. Screw it, because maybe I can roll higher than that.
Do you want to do anybody else? Quiz is injured. He's like, I'll take
I got him.
bit
I'll
of
heal him
healing.
too. So 11 to Dewdrop,
Nice.
and then I'll another level 1 cure wounds to Quiz. Nice, 13 back to him.
Could take more, but I'm not greedy.
Gorak, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. I'm doing good.
Ela,
I've had better net. If you have anything.
I was trying to take some hits out there, and just nobody wanted to go.
I'm good. Give your healing to Ela. I've got this. You know.
I'm gonna give 1 to Ela. You get 7 back,
Thank you, net.
and then I'll give 1 more to Quiz.
Said 7 back.
Yeah, and Quiz gets 12 back.
Okay. It's like, well, now there's no challenge in it.
It shall be
My goal is for you not to die, Quiz.
alright. Through the night.
Oh, I'll
The rest
do
of the
a
evening
healing touch.
completes. You can mark off a long rest.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. I'll use everything I can.
As the third day ends, and I don't want to mark that off with a marker.
False light.
So now it is going to be. You guys are my weather guys for the day because it moves over one. So both you guys give me a d20.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
Is it a beautiful day?
No, I don't know. I'm just being stupid.
We'll see.
What did I get, bro? 14? Okay, I'll take 14.
I got a 13.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
The blindness seemingly stinks.
I do need, at the beginning of the day, a wisdom saving throw from everybody.
I'm not good at these.
Yeah, that's great.
I
So we're all
like
blind.
pain.
At least it wasn't on yours.
Quiz wakes up blind. 8. You're blind?
I'm blind.
I'm blind.
3. What about Dewdrop?
Ah ha ha, my little baby.
Save us!
Which is great because he has no language.
11.
11. No. You
I
guys
can talk to him.
wake up.
Save
Yeah.
3.
Oh, yeah, you can. He does, I mean, you have to use spells
I
and
do,
stuff,
but
yeah.
it can still
But,
happen.
you guys wake up and a light rain is falling upon you. Nothing too crazy. And the wind is picking up. It's hard to tell exactly. It feels like there's a light storm about. It's hard to tell exactly which, or there's not a specific direction that the wind is catching without really focusing on it to try to figure out. But you get up, you did place your tents, you pretty much walked it and set down like a line or like, cool, tent set here, this is the direction we're going. So when you break down the tents, you kind of were like, okay, cool, this is the direction we're supposed to be going. So you have an idea of where you want to go. Now, depending on the density of the force, stuff like that, some of the DCs may change. Some of the things that worked before may not work. But some of the things may work just as fine. So if you guys want to continue on doing the same thing you did previously, you guys can. But what we're going to do at this point is we are going to start off on another survival through the Forever Seen Hills. For this, again, it is a group survival check. You can determine what it is you want to do to get through this. It doesn't have to be a survival. Like I said, if you use something that's a little bit, maybe a little bit more difficult, the things you do may affect the other people's checks, and also the DC may be harder for certain things, depending on what you're trying to do for a survival. But Quiz is going to attempt again to just tie you guys off really well. All right, so we're all going now. So what do we want to do for marching order?
I'll still just sled dog everybody along.
You're going to be in the front. Are you going to go next?
I'll be after these two gentlemen.
Would you like to be in front or behind me?
Behind. I can take a bit of a beating.
So we are going to attempt this. Again, Quiz is going to attempt to do a sleight of hand.
Am I able to assist him with that? I am trained in it.
Not really, because this is going to be, he's going to try to keep the ropes, he's going to set up ropes and keep track of them and keep them tied and work throughout the day as you're moving through. This is his thing. So you can do that, but then both of you guys are going to do that. So only one person's going to roll with advantage instead of, and the other person's not going to have a roll at all, because that'd be basically you doing it all day. So you can choose what you want to do for the day. So you can do, you're looking for basically survival to not get lost in the wilderness, and you get to choose what things you want to do here or there. And you're not watching the stream, right? I mean, obviously, yeah, clearly. I was making sure because I said it in the beginning, but obviously because of the hidden aspect of this session.
No cheating.
It's good enough.
You're fine. No, you're. I was just remembering because I know you're saying that, and because we usually do watch it,
Right. We'll put it on.
which is good. We'll put it on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do what I did the day before and just kind of try to feel out my senses as best as I can.
Absolutely.
This time, I'm gonna go with deception. I'm gonna tell everybody that we're one step closer.
Just
Even
one,
if
one
I
more,
know
just
we
one,
are.
just one more step. We're almost there, you guys. We're so close. How close?
5 more minutes.
Almost. Just 5 more minutes.
Don't make me turn this rope around.
So come on, guys. Just 5 more minutes. That's what that says. We're so close.
So
Jinking it.
okay. And what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do the same thing I was doing before. I'm in the front, so I'm just gonna try and pull everybody along as much as I can.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
See if Ela can prove to be as useless as she always tends to be in these random situations where she does something outlandish. Ela's going to attempt to douse, for lack of a better word,
Kinda like
for
it.
the weave and really try and see if she can sense the direction of the shrine. Just like channel a little bit of her magics and see if she can feel a pull towards something grander, more magical on this island.
Okay.
Probably better than me fondling moss.
Okay.
Who's to say?
It's whatever.
Who's to say?
Other-
Really?
We're all blind
We all
here.
learn our techniques.
So it's like right now we're just trying to miss.
Absolutely.
Some idiots in the dark.
Then let's go ahead and start moving throughout, and we will make our checks.
Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So Arcana is what I'm.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
happy because it's a nat 20. But now,
It's like right. It's all for the store stuff.
But before, you had disadvantage. So if you rolled nat 20, you're rolling another one. So this is the time you want that nat 20. What are you getting total, how many?
27.
Guys.
Hila?
And not one for a 5.
Wow, your magic is really strong today.
I can feel that shrine, guys.
Matt.
Dirty 20.
13.
You believe me.
13.
Getting slightly carried by the tail.
Oh, is that enough?
Nothing
I
new,
don't
bro.
want to.
Yep, and you're not wrong.
No, you just put our pincushion, bro.
That's what I do.
I do need a D8 from everybody.
Take hits until you give hits. That's what I do.
Hell yeah.
7, I guess.
7?
2,
Or is it a 2? Oh, it is a 2.
7?
9.
5.
I'm literally staring at the odd side. I'm an idiot.
6. Eight-sided die.
What the heck?
I know I didn't pick a tie.
It's magic.
Breaking the laws of physics over here. It's like, wait a minute.
Let's see here. 90?
It's one
Roll
of
the
it's-
D8 with 9 sides.
It's one of those
Yeah.
one of those wicked die.
It's a fade eye.
Yeah, yes. Your deception is very high.
You guys travel. Again, it's uphills and downhills. It's going through. Gorak, you're pushing on and you're kind of pulling and just keeping it going and pushing along. There's points where Ela's like you start to get this sense. And you almost, for a second, see like sparkles of light. And then the rope just kind of pulls and it goes away. And you're like, I can't really focus as much when you're pulling so much. And Quiz is like, oh, there's one point where the rope comes loose and he's like, well, shit, hold it, stop, Gorak, you pulled us too much. I can't keep up with the rope if you keep it too taut. We're going to lose somebody. And for the most part, the rest of the time, it's just completely black. But for 1 second, you almost see something. Amanita, you're going through and you're absolutely hearing what's going on. I'm like, yep, here's this. And you're like, okay, nope, a little bit more. Nope, go turn a bit more. You're dragging us off. You're pulling us to the south. We need to go more west, and you're helping keeping things in line pretty well. And Net, you're like, we're on the right track. We're on the right track, and everybody's like, okay, yeah.
Y'all believe me.
You get a feel that it's that feel. It's not as much as that they believe you that they're getting along. They're just like, I'm inspired by your optimism, sort of feel. They're like, we'll get this done. But you guys push on. Net and Amanita, give me a you can give me a perception check, and you can give me a give me a d20 with +6.
So Arcana. Cool.
24. Yes, 24.
26.
Look at us.
Well, the two of you guys. So as you're going through, Quiz is like, all right, we made good pace. We're right on track. We should be exactly where we want. It's that same thing where you guys had to move at a slower pace because there's times where the rope got pulled off and you had to retie and get things going, and you pushed along, but people were like, all right, hold on, let's stop and let's eat. I don't know if you're doing create food and water for people, but you can make it easy. Going through, during the day, again, there's not really anything. You do occasionally hear the sounds of animals off in the distance, but you never saw anything. Just sounds like there's distant creatures. But you're moving on because, like, yeah, we did it. We did a great job. We got this. Ela, you're like, from what the magic told you, you guys are on track. You're set to it. And Golrak, you're positive. You're like, look, I didn't. It was straight downhill, straight uphill. I didn't weave her to the sides anyways. I'm on track. The two of you are 100% positive, though, that you went way too far south and not far enough west. So the two of you are damn sure that you guys are off track. To the south of it.
I'm going to have to disagree with you, my friend. I feel like us losing the rope, coming untied and everything, it threw us off in a little bit of a loop. We wandered off a little bit too far.
I'm fully ready to reset in whatever direction that we got to go in. I definitely can get a little bit too ambitious or too excited and get us going in the wrong direction.
Anybody feel the same sense?
No, I agree with you 1,000%. I might not have had my best senses this trip, but this one I feel for sure.
And you're still kind of just feeling with the moss in your trees, like, seriously, like, the moss should be here, and you keep moving us off, like, we're off a little bit.
It is clear to me that we are going to be wandering for a while, so I'm okay with resetting, and each night I will attempt to see if I can connect with the shrine in any way. Moving while doing it is difficult. But we have all the food and water that we will ever need, friends. So maybe we wander for the rest of your lives, but you will be well fed and well accompanied.
It's always a good time. It's like haphazardly slapping at the drum on my side. Like,
As you're moving along, is there anything else you guys want to do? Again, if there's anything you think you can do that will help with these checks or anything like that, you can always do that. Moving on as well. Certain things you do may, spells, effects, things like that may lower the DC. Certain things may, that you choose to do in correspondence with how with what other people are doing may affect certain people's DC.
Can I have Dewdrop kind of assist Quiz with the rope tying maintenance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. He's gonna, because he'll try to do the same thing the next day, and Dewdrop can kind of run the gambit and just like help, just web off stuff and make sure it seems solid.
I would when we start traveling next more, I'd bardic inspiration Ela.
At points throughout the day. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. But as you're traveling, we already did all these rolls, so we're all set to that. We figured out what we got today, but I just want to see. You guys get to the point where you're like, all right, well, we're setting up camp. You guys are like, honestly, we should head almost due west from here. The two of you guys. The three of you guys think probably more southwest, because you didn't go that far south. But that's either here nor there. How do you want to set up camp? What are your thoughts? You want to try to set up tents again? Last time you had the two tents side by side, didn't work. Last time you were tied together, worked pretty well, except for there were points where you kind of were like, well, I can't go this way because that. I can't come this way because I'm going to tie you over. I can't do a full move because I'm tied to you, or this or that. So,
If we're all fully rested for the day, I say we try and correct our direction and get back to as close to where we're trying to get as possible.
well, you haven't rested yet.
It's like we're not on.
You just you moved for a full day. You're ready to rest. You're at that point right now where, again, and today it was colder. There's light rain for a good portion of the day, which also kind of threw things off a little bit. There's points where you're trudging up the hill and other people are kind of slipping a little bit behind you. But even with that, now the light bit of rain that's coming down is just getting frigid cold. Not to the point where it's damaging, but to the point where you're like, okay, I can tell there's no longer sun upon me. Like it's starting to get dark out, or at least the sun is setting enough that you're not feeling that warmth of the sun about you.
I hate to ask about what happened, but when the zombies showed up, did it sound like they walked up to us, or did it sound like they appeared around
You
us?
heard scattering and things started to walk up to you.
Well, maybe
They didn't walk from very far.
we place the tents face to face, and if they cannot hear us or see us, they will leave us alone.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Worth a shot.
Yeah.
can find
Everybody,
it, actually.
give me a just a survival check to set up camp, tent to tent, tightly.
Hell yeah. That's a 22.
11.
11,
17.
17,
10.
22. Quiz has a +1 for 12. Yeah. You guys managed to set up a pretty good tent, or setup, where the two tents are face to face. They're kind of hard to set up, and you're struggling getting them set, because setting up a tent in the dark is hard. Setting up a tent while blinded is just as hard. But you managed to get them tent to tent. And you think that they're pretty good. You've got tent 1 and tent 2. You're thinking that the tents are facing due west. Who wants to be in tent 1 and who wants to be in tent 2?
I'll be the first tent.
And you have to lay down and sleep, so you take up a good portion.
I'll be in tent 2.
You said tent 1, right? Tent 2. And you lay down, you take up a little bit of room. Quiz is like, I'm going to need to lay down too. He'll take tent 2 and fill up. The two of you guys can be in tent 1 kind of trancing and just like knelt down.
Just sit. Nice cross-legged.
So you guys get set. We'll see how well this works. Give me a D20 and a D4.
$14 and 2.
Okay. So yeah. 2. So who takes first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Are you guys going to trance at the same time? Which you guys have to trance through 2 watches, and you can be up for 2 watches. Which do you want to alternate, or do you want to? do it at the same time or what?
Amanita, do you have preference?
I don't care either way.
I typically like to trance as early as possible.
Sure.
So you transfer the first 2, and then do you want to transfer the thing, overlap, do them separately?
We'll overlap an hour.
Okay. So then for the first watch, you sleep, or you trance, you're up, you sleep, and Amanita's up. Second watch, you go down, and you sat there. You go down. Who's taking second watch? So you're on second watch. And then at that point, the 2 of you will trance, and then you'll come out by there. So, perfect. So, Net, you hear at one point just you hear just like a skittering around the tent. But it doesn't seem like they know there's something here, but they can't seem to get to it.
I'll just be as quiet as a...
And then all of a sudden, you guys are all jostled awake as the tents get ripped from the ground. And you hear this as the sound of like tons of zombies come up, and you hear a... And what you're hearing is the sound of 2 very heavy footprints. And whatever this creature is, it's weird because you hear these large slumps, but occasionally you hear around it, and then you hear like and this like sound as what it sounds like is things are falling off of what this creature is, and they're dragging themselves back towards this creature. And there's this sound of movement among it, and it's moving, and at points you hear what sound like bones breaking as it moves. And the best way to describe it is it sounds like there's this almost like a pile of bodies, but it's stomping. It stomps after throwing the tent. It's like stomps back and then steps towards you. And
Do we hear all this in our sleep?
you guys are woken because it like basically swatted the tents. So the tents came up. So everybody is automatically awakened. As there's this, from what you can tell, there's just a pile or some sort of clump or clot of zombies in front of you, which is the miniature I didn't get because I was trying to get a zombie clot miniature. But as this creature made of all these different zombies before you. And there's also, just off to the side, there's the one zombie that was still like kind of dragging his hand along beside you. And then Amanita, when it kind of goes through, you can hear just one off the side to you. So you're thinking there's this giant clump of zombies, and then 2 other zombies right next to you. And that will be some initiative. I can find I want the 1 clot.
That good, bro?
It's really good. Which is like, nothing has hit me, so I don't know where anything is at. So
You have a rough idea of where this creature, and you can move in and kind of go until you kind of connect, and then kind of just like moving out, weapon out, and as soon as it lightly connects something, turn it into a slash.
Right.
You know. Ela.
20.
Golrak.
15.
15. Net.
23.
Absolutely. Amanita.
8. And Dewdrop. Really? 18.
Dewdrop is awake right now.
Dewdrop is ready.
quiz is a 10.
So did Ela and I get our long rest? before this
Not
happened?
yet. But you guys had a long rest before. So you got the long rest. So you have everything still.
Okay.
But you're going to have this encounter, and then you're going to have your long rest. Effectively, when you go into the day, whatever you want to do during the day, you have just got your long rest. So you have all your spell slots or anything like that. So tents just got ripped off. You hear this creature. Net, what'd you like to do?
Well, guys, it's gonna be a long fight. I'm gonna cast a blade ward on myself. Trace this little shield in the air,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Don't hit.
I will bonus action, and I will bardic inspire Ela.
Any
Beat
movement?
on my drum. I'm gonna step back 5 feet.
Did you? Oh, you put it on your thing, right?
I can't. I mean, she would instinctively, but I mean, it's.
Oh, yeah. You
I
just
just
rest.
woke up,
Yeah, you just
so-
woke up. Never mind. Yeah, sorry.
I
Duh.
can't.
Yeah, I forgot. It only lasts like an hour. Yeah.
Just 1 hour.
Yeah, you're fine. So Ela, you're up. The tent just ripped away. Give me a perception. I mean, you know there's a large thing in front of you.
Perception. I'm really good at those. Let's see here. Hey, I am really good at those. 20.
You have a feel that there's a zombie behind you and to the side of you, kind of. You're standing here. You guys are sleeping. You did tent to tent because that quiz didn't really tie everybody together.
Right.
But you can tell you were trancing and Amanita's trancing in front of you. You've got a Golrak laying in front of you. You've got Net just bardic inspiration to you from like right over here, and you hear Quiz is on the ground like, what was that? Like right next to you. And then behind that there's a zombie, and so there's 2 regular zombies, and then there's some sort of large thing this way.
That's just what she would do. She'll go ahead and, with her action, she's going to false life herself.
Okay.
Good.
5
hit
attempts.
points.
Yep.
And then she will bonus action her stones, I guess. Or you know what? No, wait, because I realized that false life is technically a first level spell, even though I can cast it at will. So I won't do that, if that's okay, because I wanted to instead shroud Net with Sanctuary,
Okay.
if that's okay.
So Sanctuary on him and then make stones.
Yeah.
Sanctuary on Net, stones in your hand.
Or no, I can't do that because
You have to be able to see.
no, it's an action to cast the stones.
Stones is a bonus action.
Or it's a bonus action for both of the spells, is what I mean.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So
So you can false life in stones, or you can
can't
sanctuary.
because false life is a first level spell, technically, unless you let me.
I mean, it's a you can cast a bonus action spell. That's as long as one's a cantrip, you can basically bonus action.
But false life, it would be up to you. I know it at will,
Mhm.
but is it a cantrip?
No, but the magic stones is a cantrip, so I'd say that's fine. You can magic stones and do a spell because you can't have too much magic as long as generally it's if you do a bonus action you can do a cantrip that's an action. I would say magic stones, which just creates those, is something you can do on top of a spell.
Well, yeah, I just mean. So you'd say I could do.
You
like
can
a
go false
Sanctuary
life.
Stones?
Well, sanctuary is bonus action, right?
Right.
So you can't bonus action.
Right.
But you can do a bonus action.
Right. The main thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to Sanctuary.
Yeah. So yeah, if you do that, then you can
So
do that
I
as
can't
bonus
false
action.
life.
You can't
But
false
I
life.
will Sanctuary Net.
And then you still have your action.
And then, yeah, I have my action, which I don't have my burly hit, but I will go ahead and just. Well, actually, because I just woke up, I will action summon the Blade of Geth.
Okay.
So I
You're
think-
technically trancing. You could trance with your weapon out. I had you trance with your weapon because last time you were outside of the thing, and I had you trancing with your weapon out because you're in the
okay.
darkness and you don't know what's going on.
Okay.
You could definitely have your weapon out and just be trancing if you wanted because
Yeah.
you're
On the
not
defensive the
yeah,
whole
you're
time.
you're on the defensive. You're not like, oh cool, we're fine, nothing's around, there might be some hippo people. No, this is like the island is trying to kill us.
Yeah, so then I will go to... I got a 20 perception, so you say I know that there's zombies on either side somewhere.
Kind of ish, yeah. You can move around and try to find one of the zombies, or you can move towards the big thing. You can definitely tell
where the big thing is in proximity to us.
just outside of the tent.
Okay. Well, I will...
What tent? We ain't got no tents no more.
Where the tent was before it got kind of scattered to the
I
side.
will go ahead and go after left zombie then.
Okay.
Is that like left shark but left zombie?
Yes.
You move around and you kind of find where he is.
I find left zombie. I will attack with the bladed gab.
Of course.
That's AC 12 with disadvantage.
That's a hit because it's a zombie.
So that's going to be this and plus my... I'll put my bludgeoning into this just because I'm hitting, so why not? I won't push it though. I'll just bludgeon it.
Okay.
So that's so 12 points of slashing bludgeoning.
Bam. Yep. You hit him.
And then second attack on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, definitely AC 23.
Absolutely.
And that's going to be 5. So 10 points of damage. So of course, barely standing.
Right.
12 and 10.
Well, I did 11 and 10, didn't I? No, I did do 12
It was
and 10.
12 and 10,
You're right.
yeah.
And yes, he is barely standing.
Yeah. Fucking zombies!
Yeah, you hit him, and again, there's that, and the blade goes like the second attack. The blade gives as if the body destroys, but you hear it does the as the body just like re-solidifies itself. Yes. That was Elo, which brings us to Dewdrop. There's you just heard right off to your side. Dewdrop's kind of there with you as you're transing, and right off to your side you hear Ela just connects with a zombie who seems to not be doing well at all.
Dewdrop is his regular, small, normal size.
Oh, would anybody like a soda?
I'll take one.
I'm okay, actually. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I'm just gonna have them set up to defend me, like
Yeah.
chilling on my
I'll do
shoulder at the
another
moment.
Pepsi Man.
So obviously you guys can't see it, but just to give you a feel of what you're dealing with right now.
Gross. Thanks, I hate it.
That's hot.
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
That's the thing you're made of right there.
Yeah.
So that's like, yeah, those are kind of dreams.
Yeah.
That's a kind of dream, I think.
Yeah, that is a type of dream.
Nightmares.
Right.
Still technically a dream. Is
So
a
he's
nightmare,
ready
right?
to defend you, and he's going to dodge and be ready and set. Which brings us to Gorak. You're hearing these like bodies falling off and kind of like slithering back up together. You probably already know, Alex, but again, this is you can't see it, but that's what you're dealing with.
Oh, fun. Yo.
There's a mini for it. I was trying to get today. We tried 4 boxes and didn't get it,
Aw.
unfortunately.
I want to
But we got a bunch of
close the distance on whatever the
If you
whatever the closest thing
stand
is.
up, you're feeling like you're probably right at the base of this thing.
Then I am going to rage and reckless strike out with my reach out right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Oh, that's cool. That's worse than I thought it was. 8.
8 is a miss.
Okay.
You're going through, and you just swing at this thing, and it seems to just not really connect.
And then my second attack.
Where you're feeling like the body is, this body is like moving, and zombies are crawling up on top of each other to try to form arms to hit you, and going through, and zombie bodies are falling off and going in, and breaking and moving and being reformed.
It does 12 hit?
AC 12 does hit.
Alright, cool. 12 hits.
That's good.
For 7 damage and 2 lightning.
7 damage. And then, let me just make sure I'm paying attention to all my shit that I have. It's not that. 2 lightning if he fails deck save, which he does.
Sweet. Fail.
imagine a zombie like backflipping over a lightning bolt.
Now, sorry. And then you were fine, but with where we're at, Golrak, I do also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, save.
You
10.
You have advantage
Okay, cool.
because you're a dwarf.
Then that puts me at a solid dirty 21.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine. Just making sure. Cool. So let's Golrak. Quiz is going to wake up, realize there's a zombie right next to him. He's going to go, oh, shit, not this every night. And focuses, lets the air around him go quiet, listening for where the center mass of the zombie is. And lets in on it. And that's a hit. And he gets this and 3 of these. Oh, no. He doesn't sneak attack.
No.
No one else is by it. He doesn't have advantage. Sticks it really well and goes, I might need help with this one. But other zombie takes 7 points of damage. Amanita. You have a zombie right off to the side of you that seems to not be doing well. You have this horrific sound of churning bodies lifting and falling and moaning in unison as they seem to be lifting up and slowly getting higher as if something's about to slam down.
I'm going to take my quarterstaff two-handed and try to hit the one that I hear near me.
Absolutely. You do have disadvantage.
16, 19.
Yep.
4.
4 points of damage? Yeah.
And I will give Golrak inspiration, assuming you don't already have some.
Nope. I'm inspiration free at the moment.
You smack it really well, when you hear again, it just... And you have that feel that you can tell when they've disappeared. And then you kind of hear the sand kind of speckle, but also these at times they... And they kind of just reform that necrotic essence holding it steady. But it's not doing well. It's struggling to be there. That said, you hit me a little bit harder. And I have advantage. Which is going to hit. These are normal zombies, so 3. And they do this plus 1. So 7 points of damage. So it just turns around and smacks you with all that reforming necrotic energy. Then I've got 1 on Buddy Quiz over here, which is going to be 17, which is a hit. And he's going to take 5 points of damage. Let me just make sure I've got him cleared up. I don't need you up anymore. Manage. He also got a long rest. And he takes 5 damage. Cool. And then it is his turn. This zombie is lifting up, and you hear it coming up. You did cast Sanctuary on him, right?
Yeah.
Cool, so I don't have to decide. It's just coming at you as it just lifts up, and it hurls a chunk of bodies at you. The zombie flings a detached clump of corpses at the creature. It can see within 30 feet. It can see because these guys can see stuff.
That's dead.
I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Apparently all we have to be is dead to see us.
Yeah, he was mentioning, and I was like, yes, absolutely. High Pal would be able to see here.
Yeah.
20, 23.
What do you mean, guys?
23.
I feel like I can
Is
see
it
the
saved for
fun.
nothing? Let's see.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Target.
He just starts turning off.
Yes. So you hear these bodies coming down, and as it hits, you just kind of throw them to the side, and you can tell the ones down. They're trying to pull. They were trying to pull you to the ground, but you throw them down. They were trying to basically entomb you in flesh, but you managed to save.
That sounds like
So
a
that's
horrible
good.
way to die.
And
sanctuary view.
Now, does our thing lose mass, or do these things try and like reclimb on there?
They are trying to I mean, you don't know. You can tell that they're kind of slithering back towards it. And it's at such a rate, you're not really getting attacks of opportunity on them or anything like that. It's just kind of reforming itself. Plus, technically, it's not leaving your reach. Brings us back to the top of the initiative with Net. You've got 2 behind you. You've got this big thing in front of you. They just a huge clump of zombies. It sounded like just maybe like something just punched, but it's just multiple zombies being thrown around.
So I am going to yell, make sure everybody's okay. Ask everybody's.
I would like to try.
Well, Net's up first.
Yeah,
Net yells if everybody's okay.
I would like to try and deceive him. I'm hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you'd have to deceive him. He'll believe you. There's been noise over here.
But I will be okay.
Buttons.
You heard smack on her,
Yeah.
and she says she's hurt, but she'll be okay.
Well, I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I'll go towards Zila's voice.
You want to go towards Zila's voice?
Yeah. And I will.
Well, first of all, when you do, I get to attempt to smack you.
Where's the DC?
It's DC.
16.
I have a -1, so it's a 17. Roll an 18, he has -1. Because he has an 8 wisdom. And it's on camera. That's the fun thing, too, is because everything is happening behind the stream, you can go back and see. So, he can get his attack off. Now, do I actually get the attack of opportunity? AC 18.
Yep.
This is one of these. That's a good one. 22 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing just goes, and this wall of zombies reforms to punch you, slam you through. As opposed to getting hit by a zombie, you literally can tell that there's literally bodies hitting you, and as they hit you, you're feeling extra arms and legs and knees and headbutts and all this just bludgeoning, crumpling thing. But you move past it and you get back by Ela, and you can cast
It
them.
sounds to me like you need more help than I do.
Yeah. You guys could fuck this thing up. That'd be cool. And I will cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on myself.
And as the hit you, you just heard the whispers and the moans as well. And again, you hear from within this body the "Those who die here, protector," and just like different voices saying that. And you heal yourself. Ela, you are up. As is this zombie in front of you.
I will bonus action. So now I will concentrate on Spirit Shroud. I'll go Radiant.
Radiant? Why would you do that?
Alright.
Not necrotic? Cold. Do cold.
Nah, definitely
Want cold? Okay.
We're gonna go Radiant, and I'm gonna attack the zombie that I know is in front of me that hit me. So AC 18
Yes.
with some Radiant damage. I'm not gonna pump my bludgeoning into it.
This thing has already tried to pop 3 times.
Yeah.
So you
So it's
literally you go through and you go swing at it and it's not there. It's just the radiant damage around you. You pump the guys around, and as you're swinging, they just grab at what little of it's left, and it just falls to nothingness.
cool. Definitely. So
And you're hearing this large mass off in frontish of you to the side.
kind of like trading spots with Net almost.
And then, Net is to the side of you now, and then you've got like Net, and then you've got Amanita there, and then further on, like a tense distance away, there's this where you hear the body. because Golrak was sleeping there, and you moved back and around and around and around and over. So you're thinking Amanita, Golrak, creature, give or take.
I'm gonna pass Gorak and go towards the creature. Absolutely, and try and get him with my second attack.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Golrak's kind of right to your side as you get to this creature because he's right next to it.
Right. So it's disadvantage. 14 and a 15. So it's going to be an AC 22.
That is a miss. No, that's absolutely a hit.
Guys, I
Wait
think
a-
we done messed up.
Wait a minute.
I
It is-
will
mission.
pump
We
my
ain't making it out of this
inspiration
one.
into the damage
Wait,
as well as
Every part of me
my
just literally
bludgeoning.
puckered up right there. Like,
Okay.
oh no.
So,
Not ideal.
4, 8, 13 plus 8. So 21 points of damage total. With some radiant.
Yeah, you slash through it pretty well. And you hear just different moans and stuff like that. As there's... And you can tell there's lots of zombies popping, but there's just... This thing is just a mass of zombies.
Yeah.
Doodrop.
He's just gonna continue defending me.
Mm-hmm.
Good dude.
And Golrak.
I'm gonna go wreck this crazy ham on this big huge thing that's in front of me still as much as I can.
Okay. He... What, is that a fail? Yeah. And he fails on his save.
Okay, so I've got 15 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That hits. You hit him with a 12, so that gives you a rough idea.
So I got 6 lightning damage and 6 weapon damage.
Is that plus your bonus for raging?
Yes.
Don't you have a plus 6 while you're raging? It's your weapon?
Then it was, because it was a 2, so then it would
8.
be an 8.
Okay.
Then second attack with the disadvantage is...
You can reckless all your attacks.
Okay.
So yeah, just you can roll one. Either or I mean you can roll. That's definitely a hit.
Alright, cool. Oh, yes, nice. And then we will come in with a 68. 6 plus 6 is another 12.
Absolutely. Good chunk in this thing. As you're just smacking off and like when you're hitting, you're just feeling like body limbs and stuff like that fly off, and they just turn to dust.
That's what I was going to say.
You're just destroying this thing now.
Too?
Yes,
Yeah.
everything returns to the island. Well, even the dust, like it falls upon you, but it just dissolves into nothing. Like they just disappear and return to the
Still sounds like it's uncomfortable.
Quiz will focus, try to stab this thing again. Absolutely. I've got this one, if you can handle those ones. Stabs at it again. It's still there, but it's falling back. Amanita.
So I'm gonna call Ela, my friend, and hopefully when I hear her voice, I'm going to look at her as best as I can and trust my magic and enlarge her.
Absolutely.
Here.
You can tell she's just a step away, but if you step out, you can touch her and you can cast the spell.
Oh, jeez.
If you're unwilling, you need to do a con save.
No.
I am here. Stay behind. I will protect you.
I made a giant woman.
And then I become massive.
Here's the enlarged ring.
Giant desert elf
Amazonian
lady.
desert Gerudo woman.
Hell yes.
Oh, man.
So you get an extra d4 on your damage.
With an aura 10 around me that
Mhm.
slows creatures that start their turn.
Yep.
Enemies that start their turn. Big 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me do one of these.
And does that advantage cancel out the disadvantage?
I don't think it gives advantage.
It says on mine.
Does it?
What's it say?
Do.
I think it gives an extra like D4 on damage or something.
I know advantage on like strength checks. I don't know if it's attacks.
Strength. Yeah, strength saving throws.
So yeah, which is good.
And then an extra D4 damage, I think. Something
Mhm.
like that. Yeah.
Extra D4 damage and advantage on strength saving throws, which is really good.
That's very good.
That guy's dead. This guy's going to try to kill,
I'm very strong.
Quiz.
I don't know that I am.
and he fails to hit Quiz. 14,
Quiz is a ninja.
because Quiz is a 15 right now. And then that brings us to him, and he's going to recharge. So he's going to make 2 slam attacks.
That almost sounds worse.
Once against both you guys. No. If you fail that save, it's not very fun.
Not a good time. Okay.
Yeah, not a great time.
I've
Alright,
never once looked
Remember
at them.
starting at the beginning. I remember. So I've got 2 slams. I'm going 1 against this big bitch,
Stop.
and 1 against the smaller guy who hit me. So against Ela, oh, 14,
That's a miss.
and against Gorak, that's a hit. I rolled a 19.
Balls.
He hits you for, so that's 23 bludgeoning damage, halved to 12, 11, half to 11.
God only sanctuary one of you.
So he just
time.
smacks you, and again, you're just this body hits you, and you're feeling like it's like there's a kick here, and there's like an elbow there, and just all these bodies slam up against you
Ringing my bell.
Just fighting.
as you're basically being hit by a mosh pit. Net.
Hey, I'm not a good
Nets.
That's cool.
Oh shit!
I guess.
What's up, guys? So this time I'm gonna cast Blade Ward on myself,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna take my handy dandy gong off my back and I'm gonna smack it and tell this monster to bring it, bitch. And I just making as much noise as I can, trying to.
Okay. Ela. Give me an intimidation. Yeah, intimidation.
I will slash this big bitch.
Do it.
Okay. 23.
23.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be blind, but I asked to.
It's like I'm even less scared now.
Did you say you inspired me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Missed it, but here's that. Disadvantage. 17 or 15. So that is 23 to hit.
That hits.
So that's going to be these plus a d8.
I like how many dice this. Every time you roll, you get more dice on the table.
Yeah. And then I'll add the bludgeoning into this one since I'm hitting.
Mhm.
So that's
And then you got the extra D4 and the radiant.
it's plus 8. So that is not a lot of damage, but hey, 5, 10. So that's 18 points of damage.
Not a lot of damage.
Okay.
Not a lot.
No.
If I got hit with 18 points of damage, I'd be crying.
Okay,
18
yeah.
points of damage on the first hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. So now we're just going to cycle through, I guess.
I mean, you're slashing through, and you're also just hearing these chains pull as these things are just tearing into different zombies and stuff.
Awesome. Second attack, disadvantage. AC 12.
Is a hit.
Awesome. So we've got these, and then just 1 d8 for the radiant. Plus 5. So that's 4, 5, 6.
You get an extra D4 for the being
Oh shit!
enlarged.
And I forgot that on the last attack.
You didn't roll 3 D4 last time?
No, I only rolled the 2 because I had them in my hand.
Yeah, so you can roll 2 more.
So that's 3, 5. Well, I guess technically it would have been 6 more damage on the last hit. But 4, 5, 6, 9 plus 5 is 14. It's 14 plus 6, so additional 20 damage.
Okay.
And then I will bonus action attack. Natural 1.
You
That
miss.
is a good
Shabba,
song.
shabba, shabba.
Dewdrop.
Defense.
Gorak.
I'm gonna do whatever I can to keep smacking away at this thing that's right in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell already, like, this thing seems to be significantly lesser in mass. As with every attack, you guys are knocking out like huge chunks of its.
Good, then I'm
A
gonna just
massive
keep
body.
hitting away. So
Not doing reckless?
Yes, reckless. Those are just
So-
both my attacks.
Both attacks,
that I'm
right.
gonna do. So
And
I
then
have
save.
a 24
Yep.
and an 18.
Absolutely.
Cool. So
And I'm going to need damage separately. Give me the shock damage first. Don't mind.
6.
So he takes 6 damage.
Full
Okay.
thing, full thing. And then both my hits are, I've got a 7 with my plus and then a 13. So 20 all day.
So. Okay. Damn. He has such a good con. It's still not enough. As you start going through, you just hear. And just dust starts. When your body's falling and crumpling, as it looks like, or it sounds like, there's none of them left. But there's still something behind you. So we go to quiz. Just going to try to finish this one off. Flat roll. Hey! That's a natural 20.
Hey, good job, quiz.
I was like, that could be either way.
It's like I don't know how to read this yet.
That could be exciting for different reasons.
It doesn't get
Like,
saved
that's
because he
like,
gets
Graham,
to crit
I
it,
don't know what to do.
which causes it to die. He goes, alright, I got this one. Wasn't there more?
Good job.
I thought so. There's at least a couple more hanging around.
With a little bit of effort, you guys can kind of gather up your tent again. At this point, it sounds quiet about you. But you can gather up the tent, spend about 35 minutes kind of getting it put back together a little bit. And you can rest through the rest of the night.
You shrink down after a minute, so
Nice.
you're still normal size elf lady now.
That was very fun. Amen.
So
I've never tried it on a humanoid
cool.
before.
It is too bad you could not see me. I was causing some damage.
Or she says, greatness.
We'll have to try it again when we're less impaired.
Of course. Anytime. If you are ever wishing to experiment, I will be here.
Fucking hoe shit.
But the rest of the night, you guys managed to find yourself back to slumber. Still really weirded out by what was that was happening. It was just this weird, like, feeling like you're getting hit by a wall of people crowding you and trampling you and bludgeoning you all at the same time.
I felt it.
But you guys managed to get through another rest. And we will end there. But first, let's go ahead and get some wisdom saving throws.
Oh, come on.
I'll use the cosmic toxic green.
Well, I'm never doing that again.
Okay, I thought that was a 1. It's a 7.
I don't want to talk about it.
It's a total of 8. Though.
Oh, you did better than me.
7?
Rolled
Pulled it
off
off.
of the
I
17
got a
and the
19.
You got a 19.
Yeah, I got an 18 plus 1.
You are blinded.
It's probably a
I'm off by 1.
Everybody
I'm
is-
off by 1. Aren't I?
Everybody, you are by 1. Did you say you rolled a 19?
I rolled an
Oh,
18. 18
Oh.
plus
Got a
1.
19.
So you have, yeah, if you would have rolled a 19, so you have a
Son of a bitch.
10% chance of not being blinded. You have a significantly higher, but
I have
still a
a good
chance.
chance of not being blinded. My dice just don't want me to not be blinded.
I don't want you to not be blinded because
I
it
get
just
really
makes
well if I'm
the it
blind.
makes the day
It's
fun
okay.
for me.
Right. But there's my time.
That does bring us to 9 o'clock. So we will end there. That
like
will
it
return us
got
to
us.
lights.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'm gonna hide.
Nice out.
Leave this.
That is green. I thought that pen was brown the entire time I was writing with it.
That's funny.
It's like, that is definitely green.
Everything changes so much. But we thank you guys for joining us in the darkness of the Forever Seen Hills. you guys get to see the behind the scenes stuff, and it's definitely interesting. You get to see where they're at. I'm excited to see what this path eventually looks like, and letting them see what it looks like once they're all said and done. But thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like, comment, feel free to share, tell other people, hey, there's this if you like D&D, because even if you're not huge into it, maybe other people are. And the biggest thing is, help us. Just subscribe, like, throw some comments on, tell us what you think. Did you like the ambiance of having the game in darkness to kind of give that immersion of you guys are lost in darkness? Comment, let me know. And other than that, thank you. I'm going to go shut us off.
Unplug.